Um,
Tony, your internet connection today is a lot better than it has been. Did you change something?
Yeah, I changed the position of my desk. I turned it around so I'm not backed up against the wall now. Maybe that made all the difference.
Yeah, you're not breaking up at all
So
today.
we are live now?
Okay.
Okay, we have ABCD, Whistler, Squamish. We don't have Pemberton. We have quorum, but I'll give them a couple of minutes just to get everyone together. Okay. Okay, I am going to start. Could I have someone approve the agenda for the open meeting? Moved by Director Damaris, second by Director Stoner. Anyone opposed? Motion carries. 4.1 on the ministerial order M192 and the virtual policy to be read. Is this the time, Ms. Clark? Director Clark? Indeed. Okay.
Thanks, Chair.
Meeting of the board is being held virtually with all meeting participants attending via electronic communications in order to adhere to the PHO's orders respecting physical distancing requirements as a measure to prevent the transmission of COVID-19. Directors will be involved in and participate in the meeting. For the closed, I don't read that. For the closed portion, etc. Directors are to identify themselves when advising the chair that they wish to be placed on the speakers list, and this will be done by raising their hand. The chair will record the order in which the hands are raised and will allow the director to speak in the order in which they are recorded. If directors are unable to raise their hand due to being in audio mode, they will verbally advise the chair of their intention to speak. Directors will mute their device unless they wish to speak. The chair may also choose to mute the microphones, and the directors may unmute the microphones on their own accord when required. With respect to a vote, directors are only required to state a nay vote. Directors attending the meeting are required to verbally advise the chair of when they leave the meeting and to return the meeting so that this can be recorded in the minutes. For clarity, if a director does not verbally advise the chair but is observed to be absent from their video feed and their video feed remains turned on, and it is unclear to staff whether they are present in the meeting, the director will be marked absent from the meeting until such time as the staff observes the director to have reappeared in their video feed. Directors will text message the CAO If they have technical difficulty with their computer or telephone, if directors are unable to text the CAO, the director will email the chair. If a technical difficulty occurs and it becomes apparent that a director has become disconnected from the meeting will be recessed until the connection status of the director has been reestablished. Directors who declare a conflict of interest in respect of an agenda item will be directed to the waiting room while the board considers the item. Once that is completed, the director will be readmitted from the virtual meeting into the virtual meeting room. Directors who are present within the virtual waiting room are asked to stay at their computer or otherwise remain present and connected to their computer if possible for the duration of the time in the waiting room so that they don't miss their readmittance into the meeting room. If possible, any chat function of the application will be disabled, and if it is not possible, we are asked not to use this chat function during this meeting. Someone move that. Moved by Director Crompton, seconded by Director Stoner. Anyone opposed? Motion carries. We are on the consent agenda, Unit 5. I have someone move the consent agenda. Moved by Director Demare, seconded by Director Birch-Jones. Is there anything to be pulled?
Sorry, Chair Ford. I had one item under correspondence for information, 5.2.6 that I had a request on, please.
Okay, so we're going to pull 5.2.6 and move it to, where will we put this, CAO Helmer?
To 11.6, Chair. Thank you.
And then move it with that amendment, please.
Okay, moved by Director Birch-Jones, seconded by Director Stoner. Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Okay.
Oops.
Okay. We are on 6. Is there any business arising from the minutes? Seeing none. 7.1.1. This is a direction request for the feasibility study of an organics waste diversion option for electoral area A residents. Go ahead, Director Demare.
I would just like to move it.
Okay, you're moving it, seconded by Director Elliott. No, question from Director Elliott.
Just had a quick question. We had a lot of holdover projects in the waste management file from last year due to COVID. I just want to make sure that this is something that we can actually do and accomplish.
I'll direct that to staff.
Yes, thank you, Chair. That is on the work plan for utilities and environmental services this year, and they think they can move this forward once they have completed the other work that's outlined in the recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we had it moved by Director Demare. We had it seconded by Director Birch-Jones. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Is anyone opposed? Motion carries. 7.1.2. Request for decision on the Sutton Electoral Area C Development Variance Permit Application 157. Go ahead, Director Mack. Moved by Director. Yep, moved by Director Mack, seconded by Director Crompton. Any further questions? Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. The information report, which is the 2021 to 2025 draft budgets. 7.1.3. Could I have someone move that? Moved by Director Rainbow, seconded by Director Demare. Any questions? Seeing none. Is there anyone opposed? Motion carries. Okay. We are on 7.2 on the PVIS committee recommendations, 7.2.1. There's an information report on the 2021 and 2025 draft budgets. I have someone move that. Moved by Director Richmond, seconded by Director Mack. Question? Comments? Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Okay. There's a request for decision to rescind the PVIS resolutions for PDIF. Can I go ahead, Director Richmond, or moving it? Moved and seconded by Director Mack. Any questions or comments? Director Mack? Nope. Okay. I'll call the question. Is anyone opposed? Motion carries. Okay, so that was rescinding. And now there's a second that the following, am I right? That we're going to go ahead, Director Clark?
Thank you. That, I believe that was the whole block of resolutions that was just passed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we're on 7.2.3, request for funding for the Pemberton Secondary School outdoor classroom from the PDIF funding. Can I have someone move that? Moved by Director Richmond, seconded by Director Mack. Questions? Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Okay, and we have Director Needham joining us and Mr. Kyobe. We'll let them in. Okay, we have Director Needham here. Mr. Kyobe will join when he arrives. Welcome, Director Needham. Please speak to us about 8.1, which is the zoning amendment bylaw 1692-2020 regarding Area A, and so on. These are the retaining wall housekeeping amendments, and it's second reading. Do you have a presentation for us, or just here to answer questions?
Thank you, Chair. Kim Needham, Director of Planning and Development Services. I didn't have a presentation, but this has been to the board previously. So if there are any further questions, I'm available to answer them. But there's basically, this is a request to waive the public hearing and send out those notifications.
Excellent. Are there any questions from anyone? Seeing none. Could I have someone move the recommendation? Would you prefer, Ms. Director Clark, that we do this in one block or as separate area blocks?
Thanks, Chair. I think 3 resolutions of 3 times 3. And I believe Director Birch-Jones had her hand up.
Okay, Director Birch-Jones, go ahead.
Thank you. I did have a number of questions, but CAO Helmer directed me to Ms. Needham, and we had a good conversation about that. And one of the things I asked was, I've seen a lot of references to the Area B official community plan lately. Just didn't come up at all at the first 2 years, but it's come up a lot this year. And apparently it is on the list for an update because it's dated 2008. It's not terrible, but it does need to be updated. But after talking with staff, I had my questions answered, so I would like to move this. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to do these in 3 blocks. We're going to do the Area A 3 that's moved by Director Demare, seconded by Director Crompton. Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Now we're going to do the Area B 3 that's. So second reading, public hearing waived and send out the notice. Moved by Director Birch Jones, seconded by Director Weeb. Any discussion? Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Welcome, Mr. Coyote. Thank you for being here. We are halfway through this block, and now we will be on Area D, the three that's moved by Director Rainbow, seconded by Director Crompton. Any discussion? Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, we are on 8.2. A request for decision for affordable housing amendments, second reading and public hearing for areas A, C, and D. And Director Needham and Mr. Coyote are here to answer questions. Go ahead, Director Richmond.
So just for clarity, if we give second reading, there's going to be one public hearing for the three amendments, or how does the public hearing going to work?
We're recommending to have one public hearing for all three amendments. Just in terms of the complications with COVID and the virtual nature of it, it would make sense to have them all at one time.
Okay. And was this, okay, thank you. I'm good for now.
Okay. Any other questions? Go ahead, Director Crompton.
Thank you for the report. Two questions. One, can you just clarify, very high level, so I am certain that I'm understanding what's being done, the most sort of tops of the waves changes? And then secondly, a recommendation made during the referral process, how is that dealt with? So there was the RMOW responded saying, recommending that there should be a definition of employee developed as this is considered. How is a referral dealt with? Is it put into the public hearing record and then considered by the board as we make our decision, or is that something that staff considers, like the interior health comments, are those considered and then amended or changed in response to those referrals package is presented to the public?
So thank you, Director Compton, for your first question. So just a summary of some of the changes we're proposing. So for Area A, we're proposing to have additional permitted uses of triplex and fourplex. And then we're also proposing to have employee housing as a permitted use in the C4 resort commercial zoning. And we're also proposing to reduce the minimum parcel size in the rural 2 zoning to 4 hectares, provided adequate water supply is proven. For Area C in the CD1 Wedgwood Estates, we're proposing an amendment to include provisions for up to 2 auxiliary dwelling units, one within a single family home and one within a carriage house. And then for Area D, we're proposing adding a permitted use of carriage house to the R2, R3, and R4 zones, I believe. And then Director Needham, if you could speak to the second part of the question. My understanding is that we would update the proposed bylaws based on the feedback that we received during the referral process. Though I must say a lot of the feedback is already in line with what the bylaws currently state.
Yeah, and I can speak to the RMOW input. I think at this point, based on the way the bylaws are structured, it's not really necessary to define employee, because the bylaws don't speak specifically to that use. Instead, they're allowing for different types of light density to be added within some of the electoral areas.
I wasn't so concerned, or I mean, the RMW was an example, but any of them. So the question remains: are they included as input at public hearing, or do they amend what is presented to the public hearing?
Oh, I see. Okay. So at the public hearing, some of the referral comments may be referred to, but public hearing input is sort of a separate animal. So these comments are part of the referral process. If the RMOW wish to submit further comments for submission at the public hearing, they could do so, as could any member of the public or any other group. So yeah, I mean, I guess the body of this report would feed the information presented at the public hearing, but it would not be considered a public hearing submission per se. It's sort of a separate entity.
Okay, I'll ask it this way. Have any of the referral comments amended what was adopted at first reading?
Well, the referral comments, like I said, are sort of in line with the bylaws. For example, Interior Health comments were related to the provision of water. And based on our SLRD proof of water requirements, we already satisfy those comments. So it's essentially just a reminder of, some of the issues they look at when, they approve or when they comment on subdivisions or rezonings. And it's something that we have covered in our existing policies.
I see. So it's fair to say no changes based on the referrals because we believe that the referral comments agree with what we had originally proposed.
For the most part, yes.
And Director Crompton, you raise a good point. I think going forward, we can put in a summary just to state just that, so it's clear how we've dealt with the public here or the referral comments.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Director Elliott, go ahead.
I just wanted to understand whether the mobile home park zoning, I think it's in electoral area C, includes the ability for tiny homes to set up in that kind of zoning. We're starting to see more interest in this form of housing, and I wonder if that's allowed in a mobile park zone because it can be connected to services and they are mobile.
Through the chair, in response to Director Elliott's question, as long as a tiny home is on wheels, it's considered mobile. So it could go into a mobile home park if it were on wheels.
Are there any other zones that would allow for that form of housing?
Any zone allows for tiny homes. We allow single family dwellings in any zone, and we don't have a minimum house size. So somebody could buy a lot and opt to build a small house on it if they chose.
But could they have a community of them? Because we have a one house limit. So that's why I was wondering if you created a little pod of tiny homes because the land is serviced, is that just allowed in the mobile park zone, mobile home park zone, or whether that is allowed everywhere?
Okay, if somebody wanted to apply for a tiny home village, most likely it would be in a rural area where there's a lot of land.
Yeah.
They would have to go through a rezoning process in order to do that. They would have to prove out water, etc., and everything else that happens through a rezoning. Because even though a house is tiny, it still has demands on water, and sometimes the wells in the rural areas just won't, the water table won't support the amount of water use. So it would be on a rezoning basis.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions for staff on this? Go ahead, Director Crompton.
The reduction in minimum parcel size to 4 hectares, or is it acres, is from what previously?
Previously from 8, Director Crompton.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Any other questions? Go ahead, Director Stoner.
Thank you. I was just curious why alternative dwelling forms like duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes weren't considered more broadly across some of the residential zones, especially in Area D?
Well, these were, Director Stoner, these were the recommendations received in the housing needs and demand study. So in terms of determining locations, various things were looked at, such as, the minimum parcel size, availability of water and sewer, and so forth. So based on the housing needs and demand study, they sort of identified Area A as the area that would be most suitable for these housing forms. Director Needham, is there anything else you'd like to add to?
Yeah, I think that covers it. In Area D, much of the larger lots are encumbered by the ALR. And so we're limited to ALC regulations in those areas. And then in some of the areas that are more densely developed, say, for example, Britannia Beach, those lots have already been created. And so there are limits on things like driveway accesses. The Ministry of Transportation will not authorize additional development in those areas. So we looked quite closely at what could be done, and there aren't a lot of places in Area D where we could add those kinds of uses.
Okay. Any other questions at this time? Nope. Okay. Could I have someone move second reading of these three bylaws? Moved by Director Crompton, second by Director Demare. Any further discussion? Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Could I have someone move that we schedule a public hearing to encompass these three in one public hearing? Moved by Director Demare, second by Director Crompton. Any further discussion? Call the question. Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Can
Go
I
ahead,
just ask a
Director.
question?
Yeah.
So we have a number of comprehensive development zones in Area D, and because there are types of housing listed there, and maybe this builds on Councillor Stoner's question, that doesn't preclude us from including other forms of housing as part of a rezoning, if those areas develop.
Yeah, through the chair. I think you're referring to the Howe Sound East developments, Director Elliott. Porteau has been negotiated and is zoned. Britannia has the Tiger Bay project that is again under negotiation. Right now, the applicant is proposing primarily townhouses and apartment style units because they're trying to get as much density on their land as they can to achieve what was supported by the OCP. Furry Creek is looking at some duplexes, single family, some apartments, and some multifamily as well. So it doesn't preclude having triplexes and fourplexes, but multifamily uses that are proposed to be allowed by zoning down there could allow for those uses. So,
okay, thanks.
Okay. All right. So we'll move on to 8.3, request for decision for 9669 Pemberton Portage Road in Area C, a zoning amendment bylaw. And this is first reading and referrals. Is there a presentation at this time?
Yes, Chair Ford, I'd just like to give a brief overview of the application, if that's all right.
Yes, thank you.
So we received the zoning amendment application for the subject property at 9669 Pemberton Portage. It's approximately 11 hectares in size and currently zoned Rural 1 in Area C. The proposed zoning amendment is to facilitate subdivision to 8 residential lots with a minimum parcel size of 1 hectare. And we are proposing a new zone called Rural 2 for this zoning amendment. The proposed Rural 2 zone will permit a single family dwelling with a secondary suite on a minimum parcel size of 1 hectare. And this will complement the existing Rural 1 and Rural 3 zones that we have in Area C. And it's aligned with the OCP and some of the broad recommendations that came out of the housing needs and demand study, such as infill and gentle density where appropriate. Due to the scale of the rezoning application, it triggers the SLRD CAC policy, which recommends a cash contribution of approximately $15,000 per new residential lot created. So in this case, there are going to be actually 7 lots because the original lot is considered 1. So that is a total of $105,000 that the applicant has agreed to pay prior to adoption of the bylaw. In addition, it also triggers our park dedication policy, and the applicant has agreed to provide approximately 5,500 square meters of park space, as well as adjacent land for a play area. They've submitted our proof of water, a riparian assessment, as well as a geotechnical hazard assessment. And staff have reviewed these and are satisfied with these submissions. So based on the information that they've provided, we're recommending that the bylaw be given first reading and referral to the appropriate First Nations and external agencies.
Thank you for that. Any questions? Director Mack.
No, no questions. I know the property, and I think this is a great use for it. So I would move first reading.
Okay, moving first reading, seconded by Director Crompton. Any further discussion? Okay, call the question. Anyone opposed? Motion carries, and we'll have a second motion for making the referrals as laid out in the package. Moved by Director Mack, seconded by Director Crompton. Any further discussion? Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Coyote. That was great. 8.4, Ponderosa Estate Zoning Amendment Bylaw for third reading. And making those sending to the agencies for referral. Is there a presentation on this one, or is Director Mack moving it?
I am moving it.
Okay, seconded by Director Demare. Any questions or comments? I don't want to rush. Seeing none, I'll call the question. Is anyone opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. And 8.5, request for decision on the SLRD ticketing system bylaw enforcement. Are we going to hear from Director Needham? Or just here to answer questions?
We're here to answer questions. Mr. Coyote actually wrote the report, so he might be the better person to answer the questions, but I can answer as well.
Okay, does anyone have any questions for Mr. Coyote on this? Seeing none. Could I have someone move? We're going to do these in 2 separate resolutions. We're going to move first, second, and third reading of this bylaw. Moved by Director Elliott, seconded by Director Mack. Any further discussion? Go ahead, Director Rainbow.
Yeah, I know in the report, it says bylaw enforcement officers have noted a continual issue of Britannia Beach residents. And seeing as this is a public document now, I would like to include in that Britannia Beach and Furry Creek residents, because I know that there were problems there as well. And I think it's fair to name both communities. So I don't know whether I don't know how we do that, other than me making the comment publicly.
Okay, I see a comment from Director Stoner.
Yeah, just seeking clarification on the differentiation between the contravention 4.1, which is failure to provide a wildlife resistant solid waste container, and 4.4b, which is failure to keep your solid waste container closed and secure, which if I read that, that would be that it would no longer be wildlife resistant. And so I'm just curious about the differentiation and enforceability of those 2 different contraventions.
Thank you, Director Stoner. Well, from my understanding, there are situations where, for example, there might be a minor defect in the container, a slightly broken lash. And the feedback from our bylaw enforcement officer was that for smaller type contraventions where the container hasn't actually been accessed by wildlife, it would be more appropriate to levy a smaller fee as opposed to the $450 penalty. and then keep the $450 penalty for instances where, the container's actually been accessed by wildlife and has created a dangerous situation.
Okay. Satisfies your question. Thank you. Anyone else with questions or comments? No? Okay. I will call the question on first, second, and third reading. Anyone opposed? Motion carries. And now we are on adoption. I have someone moved by Director Rainbow, seconded by Director Demare. Any further discussion? Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. And 8.6, this is a request for decision to bring forward the bylaw for amendment to suspend fees for the vaccination clinics to be held at the Pemberton and District Recreation Center. Do we have someone speaking to this? Director Clark? CAO Helmer, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. If you would like me to speak to it briefly, I can. The report is brought forward at the request of the Village of Pemberton, who operates the Pemberton Community Center and who have been approached by the health authority with respect to using the site for vaccination and are looking to make sure that that site could be made available. The bylaw, the way it was worded, does not permit suspension of fees. And there was a request from the health authority on whether those fees could be suspended so that they would be able to use the facility for that purpose during the upcoming, starting in March, vaccination period. And if there's any questions, I'd be happy to attempt to answer them. Thank you.
Okay, I have a speakers list of Director Elliott and then Director Mack. Go ahead, Director Elliott.
I recognize the generosity of the Village of Pemberton, but I am a bit concerned because this wouldn't be consistent with what else is happening throughout the corridor. And certainly my municipality is not waiving fees, and I don't know how others are doing it, but it just seems strange that this request has come to one community and not to others. And so certainly I would say there's flexibility in the fees, but to waive them completely when we're all experiencing a downturn in rec center revenue seems like a lovely download from the province that we actually don't need right now. So yeah, this does concern me because it seems inconsistent.
Okay, I have Director Mack, then Director Richmond. Sorry, Director Birch-Jones, and then Director Richmond. Go ahead, Director Mack.
Yeah, that was a decision that was made jointly at our PEVIS committee meeting, and I agree with it. We want to make sure that this is expedited, and we were comfortable doing that. So I would move this recommendation.
Okay, Director Birch-Jones and then Director Richmond.
Just to comment that in Lillooet and on our surrounding reserves, I know First Nations Health Authority conducted a number of clinics and they paid in full, including some extra fees for extra staff that were required, for example, at the rec center on the weekend here in Lillooet. And I know that the rec center really appreciated that because they have suffered a lot of financial hardship through COVID. And I feel that Vancouver Coastal Health should pay the full fees. I won't vote against it, obviously, because Pemberton is asking us to do this because they're desperate for the vaccinations. But I think it's, I don't agree with the request.
Thank you. Director Richmond, go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, as Director Mack said, we struggled with it at PEVIS. I've struggled with it all along. I knew that there were some communities that had pushed back and said no, and it's not insignificant. We don't have a huge community center. It would probably take up a couple of rooms, if not half of our, what we call our Great Hall. and for a long time. Like, it's not, if this was 2 weeks, I wouldn't even be having this conversation with all of you, I don't think. But it's going to go on for a few months. So there was concerns when we're, like you said, we're already losing revenues. Obviously, or not obviously, but the overarching conversation was, well, we need to get our people vaccinated, and this is the space to do it. We don't really have any other spaces available, which we don't have any large space other than the community center and the schools. So we kind of grudgingly said, no, all right, well, let's waive the fees. I mean, I'm happy to bring this back up to, perhaps on our call with VCH when we do our weekly calls, or on one of the ministers' meetings, because I didn't realize. So Karen, you never even, or Director Elliott, you never even got the request? Jack? Director Compton? Did you get a request?
I mean, I don't know whether we had the official request to waive fees, but we've been working pretty closely with VCH on setting up a location. I don't know about charging. I can check into that though.
I think it's at the conference center with you guys, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's the work right now. Yep.
Director Weed, it's happening a little.
Don't know.
So, I mean, I just want to expedite this, so I'm going to support the motion. I'm going to second the motion. I would like to carry on the conversation, though. I certainly don't want to be the only community doing it, and we do lose revenues and space as a result. So I'm not sure how we do that. I guess we just make the resolution and I carry the conversation on.
Okay, so the resolution for first, second, and third reading has been moved by Director Mack and seconded by Director Richmond, and I will go to Director Demare for a further comment.
I'm just wondering, is part of that use of that facility also include the sterilizing, disinfecting, and all the other pieces that go along with it? Are you going to have staff that you're paying for also to do all that work? And again, all the materials that go with it.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, not so much the sterilization, they bring all that sort of thing with them, but they did ask us if we had cots and wheelchairs that we could provide, which is, that's where we really started shaking our heads a little bit going, okay, you're the health authority. We do have some cots around, sure. Wheelchairs, not really. So, bring your own gear. They would pay for staff, but I do believe that it would take work from our staff as well, Director Demare. There's no question that our community center staff would end up putting some hours into it. But all that staffing is supposed to be brought with them. And they look to hire some locals as well. So, yeah.
Thank you.
I have a comment from Director Rainbow.
I'm just looking at the resolution here, and it seems if we pass this, we're creating the possibility that fees could be waived. We're not saying at this point that fees are waived. Are we not? It gives some negotiation room there for CAO. It's not happening until, I guess we haven't got that long, but because it's happening in March. But we can still push back at VCH and say, no, we need you to pay for all the reasons that have been given. So I would support this to make sure that the vaccination program is not delayed so that we can proceed with it. But at the same time, don't feel that we are saying now that we are waiving the fees.
Director Clark, do you have clarity on that?
Thank you, Chair. The wording, as it's currently worded, there is no discretion. It is that the payment of fees is suspended.
Okay, so the letter is requesting that we look into the possibility. Staff have brought forward the bylaw for amendment so that they have the ability to waive the fees, but we are suggesting that we go back to them and suggest that while we may have the ability to do so, we want to negotiate with Vancouver Coastal Health to cover the costs of operating, which we don't want to be borne by the regional district. CAO Helmer, is that what you would say on this?
So if we look at the bylaw, the draft wording is that the payment of fees pursuant to the bylaw are suspended. If we were looking to have discretion, that would have to be worded maybe suspended, but I think we would want some form of parameters, because this is a fees and charges bylaw establishing what is charged on what that, like, how would we apply that?
Yeah, I see that. I would offer for the consideration of the board that early on last year in the pandemic, Whistler Community Services needed to move the food bank and went to the conference center, and the conference center did not charge a fee to use the conference center. There is significant cost to opening that building. There's significant cost just to having the building sitting there. And those costs need to be recovered by someone. In that case, that was a nonprofit organization that was concerned only with the food security of our community during a pandemic. This is a different situation. Vancouver Coastal Health has funding. They will, they will ask for that funding from the ministry. There is a cost to doing these clinics. The cost of staffing the Pemberton Recreation Center should be borne by someone. And I think we can all agree that the community of Pemberton and the regional district need to be sure of how much they want to shoulder that cost. So I'm just putting that at the board for consideration in this conversation. Any other comments?
Well,
Go ahead, Director Rainbow, then Director Richmond.
if this is saying that we are waiving the fees, then I wouldn't support it.
Okay, Director Richmond.
So I appreciate where Director Rainbow is taking it, and so I think maybe offer a friendly amendment to Director Mack that the bylaw amendment be worded to provide discretion to staff to waive the fees. And if we need to put parameters on it, we could put parameters that sound like for the vaccination of COVID-19, and put months on it, if you put a date on it, if you like, put those sorts of parameters. So it's just specific to this vaccination clinic that is being proposed.
Okay, CAO Helmer.
Thank you, Chair. So I would have some concerns around wording that, because it is a fees and charges bylaw. It's established by bylaw, and it doesn't normally include a discretionary ability. It's set by bylaw rather than something that's done at the staff level. So if I think the board needs to make a decision on what they're willing to do with this, and that could be whatever you think would be appropriate. But I don't think we could just say staff could vary the bylaw. That's the whole point of having a bylaw, is it's established at the board level as a piece of law around what we do and don't charge for things.
So the other way that we could look at this is that we don't amend the bylaw, but then we take funds from either the Community Resilience Fund to recover the cost of operating the facility for the duration of the vaccination clinic, which, that feels like a misuse of the recovery funds when Vancouver Coastal Health is the applicant in this case. Director Richmond, go ahead, and then Director Elliott.
I appreciate your comments on that, and we're trying to figure our way through it. Bottom line is I do want to make sure at the end of this conversation that our decision does not hamper our ability to move ahead as soon as we can with the vaccination, even if we're not entirely happy with it. But I would be hopeful that there is a way that we can sort of allow for this and still give ourselves the opportunity to have a conversation with VCH to say, so if we pass this bylaw as presented, this amendment as presented, and we go back nonetheless to VCH, we can always put the funds back in or something, could we not? I'm just hearing, and unfortunate that I hadn't had a conversation with some of the rest of you earlier. I didn't realize, I thought everybody had been approached and some had said no for whatever reasons, some communities. It surprised me that you hadn't even been asked. So I would like the opportunity to have a conversation with my CAO and see what we can do in VCH. But again, I don't want to hamper the process. So if we were to pass this now and we were successful in pushing back on VCH and then paying for the fees, can we not figure out how we deal with that after the fact? Is my question, I guess, to staff.
I'll let staff respond.
Thank you, Chair. So if the bylaw has not, if it hasn't been acted upon, we could rescind it. But I think if you've already committed to it at some level, then we'd have our bylaw standing. We'd have to make a further subsequent bylaw amendment, and we'd have to identify the date range for the parameters for the change that would be effective, which would either have to come back to the next meeting or yeah, we couldn't affect the window. So there could be still some financial impacts. If we've actioned something that you've done, then it becomes established. Once the bylaw is adopted, it's going to be the bylaw until you change the bylaw again. So we're going to have a window where there's an impact regardless if it's adopted today.
I have Director Elliott, Director Stoner, and then Director Rainbow.
Can I respond?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Or not respond, but ask. One question is that as complicated as it sounds? And correct me if I'm wrong, CL Helmer. So what you're saying is we would activate it, and then, for instance, we start the clinic for the month of March. The fees are waived, and by the time we have another conversation, let's say in a March meeting, anything that's been, and then we make a further amendment. What's been spent up to then has been spent up to then, but then we make the amendment movement, as of April 1st or whatever. Is that what you're saying? Okay, thank you.
Okay, Director Elliott.
So I'm wondering if we can alter the bylaw language so that section that says suspension of fees becomes negotiation of fees. So during the COVID-19 pandemic, the payment of fees pursuant to the bylaw, we eliminate the words are suspended and just go to for use of the Pemberton and District Community Center by Vancouver Coastal Health for the purposes of COVID-19 vaccination being undertaken for the period March 1 through December 31, 2021, be negotiated, including the ability to waive if required. Like we add the word negotiation and going all the way to zero if that's what it takes, but that gets us away from suspending the fees and gives permission. And if it doesn't work in this bylaw, maybe can we just do it outside the bylaw and pass a motion to that effect?
Go ahead, CAO Helmer.
Thank you, Chair. I'm thinking that one through. So we can't make a motion outside of the bylaw because the bylaw is stronger than a resolution. And negotiation would still be that discretionary piece, which is kind of contrary to the principle of having it established by bylaw.
Okay, I have another.
Kristen, do you have any idea, creative thoughts? Okay, sorry.
I have one more idea, which is we don't terminate this meeting. We go back to it after committee of the whole, and that gives Mike or Director Richmond less than 24 hours to get in touch with BCH and have this conversation, and it gives everyone a chance to reflect on how we might do this both within or outside the bylaw. And so I know we can get things wrong when we pass motions on the fly, and I want to help Mike and not hold this up. So maybe dealing with it tomorrow is the other option.
Motion to defer.
Okay, moved by Director Crompton. I do still have a few speakers, so I want to hear their comments. Or Director Stoner, go ahead.
I was going to put a very similar proposal in terms of change of wording to the bylaw on the table, but I'm happy to defer.
Great. I know that you don't usually have discussion after a motion of deferral, but I do want to hear from Director Rainbow.
Just quick comment. If this were an application from, say, Sea to Sky Community Services, I'd feel totally different than I do about an application from Vancouver Coastal Health. And then just a question for Mike and for Director Richmond and Director Mack. Is there an alternative source of funds that could compensate the loss of revenue that the village and SLRD will suffer? You know, could it come from partially from Area C Select and partially from a fund that the village has? I don't know, but that's just something that maybe could come back to us when we reconsider. Thank you.
If I can I answer to that?
Yeah.
So thanks for the question. The only other potential sources of funds would be maybe our PDIF fund, although I don't really feel it fits in there, which is something supported by the village and Director Mack's amenity funds. And that's the stuff you've seen in all your reports. The other source would be interestingly, because it'd be lost revenue for a community center, we would have to go to COVID recovery funds to pay for it. And I fear that that's sort of the answer I'm going to get when I keep pursuing, going, well, we provided the funds over here. But it seems awfully ironic to me that a provincial health authority is asking for that leniency of funds, and then on the other end, we have to go to the provincial funds. So to me, those are the only two places the money could come from, Director Rainbow.
Okay, so we have the motion to defer. We've moved and seconded that. We are calling the question. Anyone opposed to bringing this back tomorrow? Motion carries. Thank you. That is helpful. We are on 9.1, CAO verbal update.
Thank you, Chair. So we had one thing that came to our attention, which is the committee of the whole date of March the 25th conflicts with the Municipal Finance Authority annual general meeting, as well as the Thompson Regional Hospital District board meeting. And so we are wondering if the board would like to move that committee of the whole meeting from March the 25th potentially to the afternoon of March the 24th, following the regular board meeting and the hospital district meeting, if any, and that the meeting calendar would then be updated to reflect that, or what other thoughts the board might have in that regard. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Anyone opposed to that? Director Birch-Jones, go ahead.
I was looking at that because I know that the Thompson Regional Health Board is an important one for Lillooet and area to attend. So I'm grateful that we're not having committee of the whole meeting that day, but we were going to hear from the Fraser Basin Council, and I hope that would be rescheduled. And are you saying just to put it at the end of the day on the 24th?
Thank you, Chair. Through the chair, I have reached out to Fraser Basin Council, and they're looking to come on April the 22nd instead. They're aware of the conflict, and they could work with that alternative date. And there is also the option that we could just cancel that meeting from the 25th and consider any urgent matters at the board meeting and make decisions and not have a committee of the whole meeting. But that was the suggestion. The thought was that we could just have the meeting in the afternoon following the regular board meeting of the 24th. Up to your discussion and decision.
Any further comments? No. Okay. And then you also had here CEPF flood mitigation approval. I know that there are a couple letters on that.
Thank you, Chair. That matter's actually been postponed. We were hoping to have an answer on something by today's date, but that's not yet available.
Okay, thank you. So move receipt of the CAO verbal update, moved by Director Mack, seconded by Director Rainbow. Further discussion? Any opposed?
Yeah. What was our actual decision about March the 25th then?
Oh, sorry, you're looking for direction from the board. I think, go ahead, anyone, comments? Cancel, committee of the whole?
I'd move, given that you can rearrange the Fraser Basin Council things to April, unless there's something really urgent on there, I'd recommend we cancel it.
Cancel March 25th.
Yeah.
Moved by Director Rainbow, seconded by Director Stoner. Any further discussion? Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, we are bringing in Miss Campbell for 9.2. Good afternoon, Ms. Campbell. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
We can, and we are talking about 9.2 regional connectivity project.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
To the chair, would the board like a presentation, a brief presentation?
Sure, yeah.
Sure, thank you. This report is in response to two board resolutions seeking a survey of internet services in the regional district. The report title reflects the language used for this work in British Columbia, connectivity being the ability for citizens to affordably access the internet services required to participate in the digital economy. Connectivity is linked to a range of services provided by the SLRD. Benefits to improving connectivity include building the economy, responding to climate change, delivering health services, providing education, and ensuring public safety. So the authority having jurisdiction for broadband and cellular communications in Canada is the Canadian Radio, Television and Telecommunications Commission, CRTC. In 2016, the CRTC determined that internet was an essential service, and they set a minimum standard for service of 50 megabits per second download, 10 megabits per second upload. That's just providing you with a sort of regulatory framework under which this work is taken. To meet the board request, we've conducted research, we've connected with the provincial connectivity program, other jurisdictions. There is a community of practice out there, including the Regional Connectivity Knowledge Network, which has been great to connect to. Director Demare is also a representative in this particular group for the SLRD. So based on the research, the suggestion is to follow the established framework for connectivity planning in BC, and that's to move forward with the regional connectivity study using a third-party contractor as outlined in the resolutions. The study would a broad overview of the study would be to determine what services are available, what communities are underserved, what are the needs of the communities in terms of connectivity, and provide guidance for the SLRD in terms of the regional district's role moving forward, including funding advice and projects out there that remain to be completed. I've included the example from the regional district of Kitimat-Stikine in there as some recent work in this area. So from talking with other jurisdictions, cost estimates have been pulled together. For the SLRD, the cost for this project could be up to $75,000. And that does depend on some parameters before the board today, including the inclusion of municipalities in electoral areas or electoral areas only. We have identified a potential path for funding this planning work through two separate grants, which can be stacked. And that's the Canadian Internet Registration Authority Community Investment Program Grant, CIRA, and the Regional Connectivity Plan funding, which is administered by the Northern Development Initiative Trust. Now, if the board wishes to move ahead, we've included a list of requests for direction to help refine the project scope, and the intention would be to bring back a report in March before submission to the CIRA grant, the deadline for which is April 14th. There's a couple of considerations in the report. I just want to highlight a couple here. There has been an uptick in connectivity projects and communications in the SLRD recently, partially as a result of the provincial and federal funding that's currently available. And a lot of internet service providers, ISPs, are capitalizing on this to complete projects in the SLRD. So we've started tracking these at a high level. Appendix 1 has this list for reference. Connectivity is obviously something that is currently in the spotlight because of the conditions we're under. It has an impact on COVID-19 response and recovery, impacts of climate change as related to public safety. And there's also, the landscape is also changing fairly rapidly. We have both new satellite technologies and the rollout of 5G for improved wireless services. So it's a very interesting time to be looking at this project. It should be noted that the scope of the project is significant and obviously is of interest to constituents. So we have, ensure we've requested the time to, among other things, put together communications plans to support this work. Now, as demonstrated by the framework, there is a role for local governments in BC to do this kind of connectivity planning, to start pulling together the pieces of the puzzle to work out what needs to be done to get everyone up to that minimum standard. But in terms of completing infrastructure projects, local governments have limited agency. When it comes to actually the infrastructure piece, the actual last mile connectivity, putting fibers in the ground or on poles, that requires either partnership or it requires ISPs, dedicated, so companies who work in that area to actually be eligible for the funding. So it is a limitation to be aware of as this work is considered. Another final piece is that the CRTC standard, so that's 15 megabytes per second down, 10 up, was set in 2016. And there has been many changes in technology and use in that time, the past year being a great example. It is recommended that a future forward approach is taken. And this work would provide the opportunity to assess whether that standard is appropriate for what connectivity should be in the SLRD, based on the current and predicted needs. So that is a brief overview of this report. I believe the specific requests are on page 8, and I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Excellent report. Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Go ahead, Director Rainbow.
On page 8 in the request, I can't find which bullet it is now. Clarification on whether projects should assess services in municipalities and electoral areas or electoral areas only. And there are cost implications there. So one question would be, if we do it across the whole region, include the municipalities, would we be wanting to share the cost with the municipalities? And my second question in there, there's a reference to K-12 students. And it's extremely important that they have good connectivity. So my question would be, have we talked to the school district, and do they have access to any funding through the Ministry of Education to support this kind of work? Do we know that?
It's a great point.
So to the chair, I will respond from a staff perspective. In terms of the cost sharing, I believe that is for the board to decide how that piece is to move forward. In terms of the school district, that communication has not happened at this stage. It would be something we would consider doing for the next step, particularly as the CIRA grant does prioritize work that benefits students. So it would be included in the next phase of work Again, not certain about the funding aspect of that, but certainly working out what the benefits would be to students.
Follow up, Director Rainbow, and then I have Director Elliott.
Yeah, I mentioned School District 48, but I believe, I'm not positive, but is that the Lillooet area, is that a different school district? So yeah, I thought so. So we should contact both school districts if we go down that route.
Okay, thank you. And Director Elliott.
I think the question around municipal participation is really an important one, because when I look at the base wireless proposal to connect Squamish Nation and Upper Paradise and Upper Squamish Valley, the backbone depended on us. And so, but what I'm wondering is, rather than assessing the service, is in municipalities assessing where those access points are, and whether that's possible. Ms. Campbell.
So through the chair, the approach taken by other regional districts has been to not include municipalities, except in the rare instance where there's a very rural municipality that required attention. There is always some overlap with municipalities, as you have identified, because often the backbones pass through the municipalities, and work is required to then pull the service out to rural communities. So it's not a case of ignoring the municipalities completely, but it is a case of there will be some overlap with the services in the municipalities, if only the electoral areas are assessed, because that's just the nature of the network. So it's more a question if any of the municipalities feel like there would be a benefit in undergoing this type of survey within their boundaries, or at all. Does that help to answer your question?
Yeah, I mean, I think we have a pretty good sense of what our services are within the municipality. I would just want to make sure that this kind of study would examine what's in Squamish, Whistler, Pemberton in terms of supporting that backbone and reaching into the electoral areas. So it sounds like it can do that very well. Thank you.
Did I see Director Stoner? No, Director Richmond, you're next.
Actually, I don't know much more. Director Elliott and Ms. Campbell kind of covered it a little bit. I mean, we've just gotten fiber to Pemberton over the Shaw and Telus. We've got great fiber coming through town now, and the last mile is getting extended, as we've seen, a little bit out of town. So that's also great. So we don't, I was trying to sort that out, what the municipal participation look like. If it's to examine services within the municipality and provide more, then we certainly have a good sense of what we've got, and we don't need to waste money on that. But as you've said, if it's a matter of how to connect with what comes through our towns, then absolutely we're there. Thank you.
Any other questions? Go ahead, Director Stoner.
Forgot that I did have one. Just looking at the proposed timeline, I was curious. It looks like we wouldn't apply for the NDIT funding until quite late in the project. I'm just curious why we'd wait so long.
Through the chair, the NDIT funding is very specific to one portion of an overall regional connectivity plan, and that's the technological assessment. So we're not actually able to apply for that until we have completed a certain amount of work. It's quite an extensive application to start with, and it can only be applied for sort of partway through the process. So it's also something that would have to be sort of broken out in any procurement process to sort of satisfy the grant requirements. So it's an interesting structure. I can certainly provide more information on that in a follow-up report. And the Sierra grant, which is the first, is actually a greater dollar value as well. So this kind of will allow us to kind of go for the biggest piece first, and then the NDIT as we move through the process. And this is a process that has been followed by other places who are doing this connectivity planning.
Director Demare, go ahead.
In the costing, you've got, where was it now? I think 7,500 to 10,000 per electoral area. I see if I can find it again. But I'm just curious, if we don't have the 4 municipalities, will that price for electoral areas increase?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm not able to speak to the specifics of whether that would increase or not. I think the cost for the electoral areas is based on a number of reasons, including population, number of communities, geographical constraints that we don't have the answer to at the moment. It would require sort of going through the process to get that information from a third-party contractor. So we've sort of provided the range here, and as much, we've split it out as much as possible to sort of say, electoral areas cost this much, municipalities cost this much. So we've tried to go for a range, provide you with the range. Obviously, if it's just the electoral areas, that will be a lower project price than that $75,000. But that's about as fine as we can go right now without getting into specifics.
Thank you. Yes, I'm for area A, I'm in favor.
Okay, are there any other questions? Okay, so there isn't a, go ahead, Director Rainbow.
I was wondering if we required a motion. I'd be prepared to make one that we let's see, approve the requests. And there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 bullets on page, I don't have a page number.
Page 381.
Yeah, so
yeah.
My motion would be that we approve that those requests.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Seconded by Director Demare. Any further discussion? Does staff require any further clarification on what's being proposed? Go ahead, Director Clark.
Thank you. So I'm looking at the bullets. So bullet number 1, yes, that there's approval there. Bullet number 2, approval. Bullet number 3, confirmation that it should survey. That's fine. Bullet number 4, clarification on whether the project should assess services. So what, I'm sorry if I missed that. What was the decision on that piece?
So I think the discussion was to include the juncture points between municipalities in the regional district, but not to do the assessment of the entire municipality because each municipality has that understanding. Does that clarify?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do we need to amend the wording in that bullet to reflect that?
I'm happy with because these weren't set out as a recommendation. It's just a direction request. I can make that change. I can incorporate that. Thank you, Director Rainbow.
Okay, and then you have approval to pursue these funding opportunities and noting the size and scope of project. You have enough to work with there. All right.
Yes,
this is exciting work. I'm looking forward to seeing what you come back with. Thank you. Go ahead, Director Clark.
Sorry if I missed it because I was thinking about these other things. Did we call the question on that?
I have not yet.
Okay, thank you.
I'll call the question. Is there anyone opposed? Motion carries. Fantastic. It is 12:33. This seems like a good time to take a lunch break. Would everyone please return to us by 1 o'clock? 27 minutes. We'll see you at 1.
1
Thank
o'clock.
you.
That's rushing my gourmet lunch, you know.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I do believe we have quorum back. Go ahead, Director Clark.
Thanks, Chair. Can we just do a roll call to see if Director Richmond is here and, oh,
He's
thank
here.
you. And Director Mack.
I'm just eating, so I thought I'd spare you.
I'd still like to do the roll call to determine whether Director Richmond is here. Just, you know, here. Yeah, see, he's not. I can't hear him. Can anyone else hear him?
I see Director Mack. Thank you.
Hello, I'm here.
We see you. Okay, let's call this meeting back to order. And we are moving into 9.4, a request for decision for the UBCM CEPF flood mitigation planning for, sorry, I skipped 9.3. Very exciting topic of housing continuum. Thank you so much for the report. And we have Director Needham here to speak to it, I think. Yes, wonderful. The floor is yours.
All right, thank you. This was actually written by Anna Koterniak, but I think I can present it okay. So what Anna did was she looked at basically the different definitions of affordable housing within the regional district and the member municipalities. And she also looked at some of the supportive policies that are out there in terms of, community amenity contributions, land banks, etc. And the recommendations that she came up with are that there's really an insufficient diversity of housing within the region. Most of the stock is single family or multifamily housing. There's really not much in the way of pieces of the housing continuum, such as emergency housing, transitional housing, supportive housing, these sorts of housing types that are often well represented in cities. If you go to Vancouver, you'll see a lot of these forms of housing, but in our region, there really isn't a lot. And you can see there's a table on page 4 that looks at the number of actual beds of these forms of housing. And in terms of covenanted housing, there's definitely some gaps in the provision of housing that is covenanted for affordability and perpetuity. Whistler has done an exemplary job of providing such housing. There's a bit of it in Squamish in terms of rentals, but very little in terms of ownership housing. In fact, there's 0 that we could find. And that goes for the districts of, the district of Lillooet and the village of Pemberton. There is very, very little in the way, in fact, almost none in terms of covenanted housing. And so, yes, in some of these places there is rental housing, but rental housing doesn't necessarily guarantee affordability, and certainly not affordability in perpetuity. So there's certainly a gap that we found when we looked at the various forms of housing. Lillooet in particular lacks any kind of housing on the continuum beyond single family that we could find. So what has been summarized here is that there is an insufficient diversity for crisis housing options in our region. Probably a need for more diversity in terms of housing types. Our community amenity contributions policy, which is where we we can use that document in our negotiations with developers for rezoning applications. It does speak to a number of forms of special needs housing. Some of the definitions she found were perhaps not adequate, but of course we leave the member municipalities to do their own bylaws and their own definitions. And one thing she also noted is that there's probably a need for some policies to ensure livability. I know that some of the member municipalities have in recent years seen applications for various types of housing. I know I can recall one recently where the developer was proposing very, very tiny units where there was really hardly a kitchen space. There was really no kitchen counter, no place to sit and eat a meal, no storage, these sorts of things. And so Anna has noted in the report that there are some bare minimum standards that are required by BC Housing for their own projects in terms of bedroom sizes, in terms of the size recommended for a unit to make them livable. And one recommendation she's made in this report is that perhaps you know, the SLRD and the member municipalities could look to having some minimum standards in terms of unit sizes. When you have a minimum size, it means that you're not sort of battling it out on a rezoning application by rezoning application basis with developers. You can turn to your policies and say, hey, these are our standards. We're not going to accept a unit that doesn't have a place to sit in the kitchen. And so that it would be helpful, I think, at least on a staff level and probably on a political level as well, if some minimum standards were put in place. But again, we don't sort of have a regional housing authority here or a housing, we don't deal with housing on a regional basis. So we leave the member municipalities to do their own policy and regulation planning. That's all I have. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you. I saw a question from Director Birch Jones.
Excuse me, thank you. Just a comment that on page 4 of the report with the emergency shelter, there actually is one in Lillooet. So one small addition.
We'll have to look into finding out how many beds that it has. That's something we weren't able to find out. We did, I know that Anna talked to a lot of people in the member municipalities, but we will make note of that.
It's managed by the Friendship Center.
Okay.
And service is variable, but it is there. It's a bit of a shoestring. And this report, of course, doesn't cover anything that's on the reserves, correct?
That's correct.
Any other questions for Director Needham? Go ahead, Director Crompton.
I have a couple. I appreciated that the RGS is referenced and that especially hold on, goal 3 is referenced in some significantly referenced. I didn't see any reference to goal 1 of the regional growth strategy. I'm interested on how you perceive goal 1 interacts with the housing continuum study.
What specifically?
Just all of the framing about where development should be focused. It seems to me that we often talk about how there isn't enough policy in our organization around affordable housing, and so I appreciated that in this report it points to the RGS, and so I dug into the RGS, and I thought goal 3 does say a lot actually about affordable housing in our region. It's got its depth, I think, which I found useful and compelling as we sort of consider the direction that we go. But I thought reading it without considering goal 1 sets us up in a scenario where we say we don't have enough of this goal 3 product. So go, 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 go. And we'll find ourselves, as we often do, in a bit of a conflict between those two goals, which I think I know our whole organization has adopted and is sort of being framed by. So I just wonder how you see the need for robust, affordable housing interacting with a goal to not see development in non-settlement areas.
Okay, I think I understand what you're saying. I don't think that this report is trying to suggest at all that there should be development in the non-settlement areas. I think the report that we heard this morning, which actually brings about some light density recommendations for the regional district, that really is hitting our policies in terms of, the types of development that we want to see in the rural areas. So I think the omission of goal 1 really wasn't by design. It was probably just not put in there by Anna, but I think we all realize that it isn't the intention within the regional district to see a lot of these types of housing on the continuum put into the unincorporated areas.
Or the non-settlement areas within municipalities.
Within municipalities.
Well, we have non-settlement areas in unincorporated areas, but also within municipalities. And so the goal is not to find density in any non-settlement lands in or out of a municipality, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. I don't think the point of this report was really to do sort of a land use study. It was really, we were trying to address the resolution of the board to look at the housing continuum and just sort of see where the gaps are in terms of some of the aspects of the continuum.
That's good. And I have another question to follow up with that. So would you, based on our quick conversation here, would you agree that the work being done is very much regional? It includes the whole of the SLRD. The housing continuum will find itself in rural areas, in municipalities, and everywhere in between. The goal is not to find the full continuum in each municipality or in each unincorporated area. Is that a fair statement?
I think that would be at the discretion of the board.
What do you believe the RGS says about that?
Well, in terms of just governance, it's up to each member municipality to determine within their own boundaries how they want to see development happen. The SLRD, regulates land use within the jurisdiction of the SLRD. But in terms of this report, I mean, we're not prescribing any kind of changes beyond, what we already have.
But you do believe that the RGS has something to say about what happens inside municipalities?
Well, I mean, it's an agreement, really. I mean, it's signed by the member municipalities and they're signing on to the RGS. We have seen member municipalities wish to amend it in the past. In certain cases that's happened, in certain cases it hasn't. But generally speaking, it's really at the board's discretion as to how they want to monitor and regulate the RGS.
Yes, but that's my point, is that those member municipalities that wanted to, do something different than the RGS recommends, ask for an amendment. They don't just ignore the RGS.
That's how things should work, yes.
Yes, okay, good. My final piece is, I believe this is a regional document. I believe whatever we say about the housing continuum should have an acknowledgement that this is a throughout the region piece, not the whole of the continuum found in each and every jurisdiction, which I think is exciting. With that in mind, I guess I want to ask, what will this document do? Will it have any legislative power? Will it direct any actions on any local government's behalf, including the regional district? Or is it just for our information in the end?
This report?
What comes out of the committee of the whole?
Again, I think that's at the board's discretion. The resolution had been asked of us to look at the housing continuum. We prepared this report in response to that resolution, and I think it will be up to the board as to where they want to take some of the concepts that are raised in that report.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so it would be good for the board to understand what they're wanting to accomplish, I think, if we're going to send staff away to do a whole bunch of research into the housing continuum and return with reports. My hope is that at the committee of the whole, we have a sense for why we are doing this, because as I read the regional growth strategy, we have a significant discussion of affordable housing and our value for it. And so I can make that comment during comments, but thank you for answering my questions.
Any other questions from anyone? Okay, I don't see any other questions. I think it raises a good point. I mean, we can easily just, excuse me, receive this report for information and move on. But I think that Director Crompton brings up a good point. Something that I often hear from members of the council here is, that in Whistler, we don't have an emergency shelter. We don't have transitional housing. We don't have some of these other pieces of the continuum. And I think it's sort of an existential question of, does each municipality, and by extension, does each area need to meet the whole continuum to serve the community? And it's a question that doesn't have an answer right now, but I do see a question from Director Rainbow.
I was just going to make a comment to something you just said. I could see each municipality looking at its continuum and making the determination that they need something from the bottom right through to the top. That I could see Whistler saying, should we have a transitions house? Should we worry about homeless, things like that? But I couldn't see applying that same logic to an electoral area. There are certain things that would fit in some places, in some electoral areas. And as Dr. Crompton said, we have an RGS, which clearly specifies that. We make reference to the planned communities. Now, as they develop, as Britannia develops, maybe there'll be some things possible there which aren't there at the moment. I'm probably going beyond where we should be right now. But we have an RGS in place. This, I think, gives some support to the RGS, so that it defines some things, it lays out some goals, if you like. And I think it's useful to municipalities. I think it is useful to us as a board when we're looking at developing in the electoral areas.
I agree. Thank you. Director Elliott, go ahead.
Thank you, and apologies for joining a bit late. So in looking at the summary of gaps and recommendations, there's 4 of them. The first is around the insufficient diversity in housing types, which I think we tried to address this morning with the amendments that we made. And also, I think this is top of mind when staff are reviewing the large rezoning projects that are coming our way. So we have the housing demand needs study. And now we're in the midst of making some changes around affordable housing. So I think that one feels like we're on top of that. Insufficient diversity in crisis housing options, that is likely to reside in municipalities, but also I think it's important to, maybe this is connected to number 3, which is a lack of clear definitions. And I think, as staff have suggested, adding those BC housing definitions to our policy documents is really critical, so that if one of our electoral areas decides that they do need a safe home for women fleeing domestic violence, that they don't want to be transitioned out of the rural area fully to Squamish, or to have that transition housing, then we may see a need for that in the electoral areas. And so I think having those definitions be the ones that we use and we talk about when we're talking about the spectrum of housing is really important. And I think that's what created the original resolution in the first place, is people kept saying, well, what are we talking about when we say affordable housing? Like, I heard that question a lot. So I think this goes a long way. So I would definitely support adding it to the various policy documents, so we were always working with the same definition. And then there's a recommendation around unit size, minimum storage requirements, outdoor balcony space, and that piece around livability. And I guess, how do we capture that, Director Needham? That last one seems like a bundle of work. So where does that fit?
Yeah, I suppose it's a bundle of work, but everything is in the end. I think that piece could be incorporated into some of our OCPs. In fact, all of our OCPs. I don't think that that would hurt. This is also a report that we could share with the other planning directors, so that they're just aware of this report. And we did reach out to them, so I think it would be nice if we sent it to them after we're done with this.
Yeah, so if we wanted that work around livability to happen, would we refer that to next year's budget? Does it fit within the work plan for this budget? I guess that's my question.
I think we could definitely put it on the work plan for this year and hope for the best.
Okay, so my other question is, there's a tool that municipalities can use now around designating rental zoning, so you preserve rental in perpetuity. And is that a tool also available to the RDs?
Yeah, through the chair, it is a tool that the RDs can use, and it's something that we'll be considering as part of the rezonings in the Howe Sound East. So there is an affordable rental building being put in Britannia Beach, or being proposed to be put in. And so that is definitely something we could do there.
Okay, great. Because and also just to protect, because you can, for those that don't know, you can put this zoning across a suite or a floor of a building or a portion of a lot or a whole lot. And basically it protects it as a rental, in addition to any covenant you might have on it. So it's like a belt and suspenders approach to protecting your rental housing. And in Squamish, we put it on our existing purpose-built rentals, so the older stock that often gets gentrified. And then, as staff noted, we put a whole bunch of definitions around it, around livability. So if it does get changed, there's minimum suite sizes and there's affordability pieces for current tenants to manage that sort of gentrification piece. So that zoning, rental zoning tool is really handy at the rezoning process. So glad that we can use it at the RD level as well. Thanks.
Great. Thank you. I have Director Crompton.
Director Needham, I found it interesting that you said this could be something that would be given to member municipalities at the end. And it occurs to me that there is a significant amount of this work that is very much regional in its ultimate outcome. And very little of much of the continuum will likely be found in the non-member municipalities. And I wonder if it doesn't make sense before it comes back to the board at a committee of the whole, to have the RGS steering committee dig through it and have a deep conversation about it, because much of what is going to be considered is not within the direct purview of our board. And it would be good to know what our, planning departments at each of the member municipalities think about what we're saying in reference to, apartment housing and all of these things that are maybe not set up in the regional district directly. I think we might have a more robust document in the end if it's something that is been considered by the RGS steering committee. Thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think it's a great idea, and we can definitely put it on the agenda for the next steering committee meeting.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, so would we like to receive this report for information and make a resolution to refer this forward to a committee of the whole in a future date? Was that the intention, CAO Helmer? Director Rainbow, go ahead. And then.
I don't think we should just receive it and leave it. I think we should have some sort of idea of what we want to do in the future, and moving it to a committee of the whole would make some sense.
Okay. Director Stoner?
I guess I have a question of to what end would we move it to a committee of the whole? I think we heard some clear direction as we went through the recommendations of what pieces staff could potentially move forward and add to their 2021 work plan. I'm happy to make a motion to that effect so that it's included in the staff work plan, but I don't know why this would come back to a future committee of the whole. If it needs further discussion, I'm happy to receive the report.
Unknown caller. Okay, anybody else? Go ahead, Director Crompton.
I tend to agree with Director Stoner.
Okay, so do you want to articulate a motion there, Director Stoner?
I will move receipt and that staff pursue the recommendations as feasible in their 2021 work plan.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Director Elliott? Any further discussion? Go ahead, Director Stoner.
Yeah, I'll just quickly say I found this report really fascinating. I do think it speaks to the regional nature of especially the lower end of the continuum, and helps provide a good overview of where those different elements of our housing spectrum are coming into play for the region as a whole. So very much support sharing this with the member municipalities and at the RGS steering committee. But generally, I think this is a really great conversation to be having, both at the staff level as well as at the board level, so that we're all kind of aware of what's available to the community as a whole. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Any other comments? Go ahead, Director Demare, then Director Crompton.
Yes, this is a good report, and for sure in Area A, we especially through the Gold Bridge food bank that we started about almost a year ago now. We do see the need for some affordable housing. What type? I'm not going to say which type right now, but in Gold Bridge and Braylorn, there could be opportunities there for some. And I think having what we talked about with the triplexes and duplexes and quadplexes, there may be opportunities to move forward on some of these initiatives.
Thank you. Director Crompton and then Director Rainbow.
I'm happy with this resolution. However, if the RGS steering committee came back with a bunch of recommendations and thoughts on the document, I would not be opposed to seeing it in a committee of the whole. I think that would be really interesting if the RGS steering committee has spent some time with it and has commented on it, because I think this is very much a regional effort. I'll say this too, I think this could be the start of something really important, because as Director Stoner says, at the one end of the spectrum, it is, we find it everywhere. And I think it's important that we be really thoughtful about how does our efforts to deliver affordable housing interact with our regional challenges. And I've thought our decision to not pursue a regional housing authority 3 years ago, or whenever that was, 5 years ago, I guess, may not have been it was probably the right decision for that time, but it may be something that we want to reconsider. And one of the things that strikes me is that there are opportunities to allow for housing development in certain areas of the municipality, the region, that would produce a amenity that could be affordable housing in another location in the regional district. And that won't be possible until we start thinking about this as a regional issue, and until municipalities start talking to each other and start talking to the SLRD about how and what we work on together, so that affordable housing is near jobs, and so that some of the benefit that people gain by redeveloping land delivers affordability for the whole region. I'm rattling on, but I would just say that if the RGF steering committee had a chance to really grind this through, I would be eager to see the committee of the whole. So happy to support this motion, but also happy to see another if there's a reason to sit down with it.
Thank you. Director Rainbow, go ahead.
Well, I think Director Crumpton has just outlined why this should come back at some point to a committee of the whole. I think that RGS, it exists as a document. We see it as a plan. We use it not as consistently as we might. I think it's worth revisiting from time to time, and to really, especially in the light of this report, to really come to grips with what we mean, what we've said in that RGS. What does it really mean? And then we make sure that the decisions that we make are compliant with or in line with what's in the RGS. So I think that whole discussion is worthwhile at a committee of the whole. It doesn't do anything about this motion, but.
Okay, thank you. Director Elliott, go ahead.
I'm not sure how a motion to bring back some definitions on the housing spectrum has turned into this. I'm still trying to follow that line of thought. And we are reviewing our strategic plan, so I don't know whether it fits in that discussion. We seem to be sort of having a discussion about something here, but I don't want to get it in the way of sending it to committee of the whole, but I'm still not clear after listening to my fellow directors what the purpose of the committee of the whole, like what the goal of that is. I've been listening hard and I still don't understand. So I don't know whether we bring it up in our next strategic planning session, or we just, or maybe someone can try again to explain to me what it is we need to talk about.
Director Crumpton, clarity.
I'm going to support this resolution that we receive this and move forward. If at a future time, our coordinated planning departments have put their minds to regional housing, I would like to see that back in front of committee of the whole. Until then, I don't see a reason to consider it myself.
Any other comments? I feel like this is a conversation we've had in bits and pieces along the last several years about these definitions, and I find it very useful to have it codified in one document that we can all look at. But just having a document doesn't feel like enough. Like we need to use it and refer to it, and we have a regional Growth Strategy Steering Committee to use the information that we've asked staff to glean for us. So go ahead, Director Crompton.
I'm sorry, but I'll say this. I guess for me, if we're going to see this back, it should be within the context of the regional growth strategy. And we are to reconsider it every 5 years. And that timing is upcoming, I assume, in the next couple of years anyway. And I would expect that all the work that's been done here would be a part of that review of the RGS, which I look forward to. And it feels to me, as I read the RGS, that we do have a lot of language in there that gives us good direction around affordable housing and around land use. And that's why, for me, I didn't really want to read this outside of goals 1 and 3 of the regional growth strategy, because for me, that's the document that gives us direction. So until that moment, I'm not so sure that there's huge value in it, but I look forward to the regional growth strategy review.
Okay. Thank you. Any final comments from staff? Feeling like you have enough direction?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
So we had a mover and a seconder on the motion. I'm going to call the question. Is there anyone opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. We're on 9.4, the UBCM CEPF flood mitigation planning for 2021. And CAO Helmer, are you speaking to this? Here we are. Thank you. Good afternoon, Director Morgan. Welcome.
Thank you.
We're on 9.4. And we are ready to hear from you about flood mitigation planning.
Thank you. So Sarah Morgan, Director of Protective Services, providing a brief overview of this latest funding opportunity through the UBCM CEPF flood mitigation planning stream this time. This provides for up to $150,000 worth of funding per jurisdiction. And in this funding round, we're proposing an application of around $100,000 this in the Pemberton Valley to map the Ryan River as part of the ongoing work through the Pemberton Valley Emergency Management Committee for coordinated flood hazard planning and management. The Ryan River is one of the significant tributaries, and it was a recommendation of the 2018 NHC report on the Lillooet River flood hazard was to map the Ryan River. So that is what we are proposing moving forward with in this funding round. Separate of that, I've also been in conversation with the Shelath Development Committee at Seton Portage to talk about the advancing debris flood hazard mitigation resulting from the recommendations of the 2017 BGC report into that hazard. And those discussions have moved forward to the point where Shelath are going to use their allocation of $150,000 to apply to this fund separately of the SLRD to develop some options analysis and preliminary design around some structural mitigation options for the Bear and Pete's Creek hazards, which mass flows from those hazards would impact both SLRD and Shelath structures and assets in the area. And to that end, they have requested a letter of support for their application. I would also note that I think a little further on in the agenda under correspondence that there is a request for 2 support letters from the village of Pemberton and Lillooet in connection with their UBCM applications to this fund as well. Happy to take questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none. All right. Okay, so could I have someone move that we support the application? Director Birch-Jones?
Yep, I would like to make a motion to approve the grant application and the letter of support for the 2021 funding period. Just a question, Ms. Morgan, were you suggesting that we also support the other two letters at this point in time that appear later in the agenda? Does that make sense at this point, or just stay with what we're doing here? Okay.
Yeah, so, I was just, through your chair, I was just wishing to connect the dots when it comes up later in the agenda.
I'm really happy that we're supporting Shalath in this application, as well as the rest. So a motion as per number 1, response options.
Okay, so moved by Director Birch-Jones, seconded by Director Mack. Any further discussion? Call the question. Anyone opposed? Motion carries. And Director Morgan, 9.5. This is an information report regarding the Birkin 911 emergency telephone and internet issues update.
Sure. I think it's as per the report, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, are there any questions about the report? Nope, seeing none. Could I have someone move receipt for information? Moved by Director Mack, seconded by Director Demare. Any further discussion? Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Okay. And Director Morgan is also going to speak to us about 9.6, which is a request for decision on the Community Resilience Investment Grant funding opportunity. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. More money. This one came up recently through UBCM, the Community Resiliency Investment Grant, which sort of commonly known as the Fire Smart funding. So this is we have applied under Stream 1 of this funding, and this is a new opportunity that has arisen, likely a one-off opportunity under a Stream 3 that has been created for economic recovery. And a single application for a single jurisdiction can be up to 150,000, but for a regional application involving multiple jurisdictions, it can be up to 500,000. And it's the way that the fund is designed is to quite pragmatically put money in the pockets of people through job creation. And one of the eligible activities under this fund as well is to directly fund crews to go and do Fire Smart work on properties of those over 65 and other eligible groups who might not otherwise be able to do that work on their properties themselves. So it's quite a rare opportunity to apply to directly fund that kind of work. And I am currently in some very positive discussions with our member municipalities and the First Nations in our boundaries about how we might cooperate on a regional application. So I think a regional application is looking likely, but in any case, the recommendation is to make an application to this fund. I'm happy to take any questions.
Excellent. Any questions? Nope, I didn't see a hand. I thought I did. All right. Would someone like to make the motion that we make this application? Moved by Director Demare, second by Director Mack. Any further discussion? We'll call the question. Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Excellent. So that's for both. That's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. And okay. Welcome back, Ms. Westerholm. Thank you for being here. We're on 9.7, request for decision on the NDIT Economic Development Capacity Building 2021 funding opportunities. Oh, Director Demare.
Yes, I'll have to declare a conflict of interest on this one.
Okay.
So yeah, as my wife, Deputy Mayor, is a director on the BRBCA, and my daughter is also the bookkeeper for the BRBCA.
Okay. So we'll put you in the waiting room. Thank you. Great.
Okay, so this is a request for decision regarding the Northern Development Initiative Trust Economic Development Capacity Building Grant application process intake for 2021. This is a program that we have applied for successfully for numerous years recently, with the grant funds going to support areas A and B of the SLRD, which fall within the service area of the Northern Development Initiative Trust. This staff report does provide a little bit of a summary regarding the projects that were funded through this program last year, and then provides the the options for moving forward for this year. It was prepared by Jeanette Naden, but I am more than happy to try and answer any questions that any of you might have. There's a difference. In the past, we've applied for funds that have, for electoral area A, have been distributed to the Bridge River Valley Community Association to move forward with some of their work there. And then in area B, we have worked really closely with the Lillooet Agriculture and Food Society on their projects. And so you will note in the staff report that there is a bit of a shift this time around with a different approach for area B. But that proposed project is, I understand that there is a project overview coming shortly on that, but with more detail.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? No? Okay, could I have someone make the motion as laid out? Moved by Director Birch-Jones, seconded by Director Rainbow. Any further discussion? Call the question.
The applications that we've been able to run through NDIT for Lillooet Agriculture and Food have been quite successful in the past, and they've wound up leading to some other applications for funding from other sources, which is pretty exciting. And this what we're going to do in B this year is a sort of social enterprise hub, and we seem to have a lot of alignment and really good synergy happening. I'm pretty excited about the application. I did see the final, Patricia. I know it came in too late for this agenda, but it looks really good. So fingers crossed. I'd like to move this.
Okay, we have a mover and a seconder. Is there any further discussion? Okay, I'll call the question. Is there anyone opposed? Motion carries. And we are, so thank you very much, Ms. Westerholm. Have a good afternoon. Thank you. Okay. Welcome back, Ms. Campbell. We're just waiting for Director Demare to come back in. There we go. Okay. We are on 9.8, which is an information report regarding the MyTax funding application regional transit demand and funding analysis. And we have Ms. Campbell here to speak to us.
Thank you. Good afternoon. The presentation would be as per the report, but I am happy to answer any questions about the report.
Are there any questions? Go ahead, Director Rainbow.
The only question I have is, we have the Sea to Sky Regional Transit Committee. Is that Sea to Sky region the same as the Tourism Sea to Sky region? That is, are we talking about looking at transit over the Duffy as far as Lillooet?
I don't believe so. Director Elliott?
There was a discussion in the strategic planning session. And this first intent is to create the backbone for a regional transit system. I did have a question though, Ms. Campbell, is there only one intake for this, the MyTax per year?
So that was actually the first intake they had ever had that allowed local governments to apply. They are hoping to have received enough interest in the program to go on with further intakes, and we'll certainly be keeping an eye out for those announcements as they come through.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Director Rainbow.
Yeah, I have no issue at all with starting transit, looking at creating a backbone down what we consider right now to be the Sea to Sky corridor. I'm just highlighting that if we're going to start using Sea to Sky, that brand, as encompassing the whole of the regional district, we've got to be consistent with it. Otherwise, where's the public going to be? You know, where the tour? You know, what does it mean to anybody if it means one thing to us and one thing to somebody else? So that's the only reason I raise that right now. I really think we should consider that carefully. So if we want to have Sea to Sky transit include Lillooet, we can say that in a sort of a foundation statement, and then subsequently say, but right now we're going to focus on developing the backbone in the current Sea to Sky, which is going to be sort of extended to Mount Currie and down into Vancouver.
Okay, I think that Sea to Sky, the Sea to Sky Highway and all that is sort of included and serviced by the Sea to Sky Highway is well known as I mean, it's been well known for a long time as the highway from Vancouver to Pemberton. I don't believe that anyone up in, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Area A and B and Lillooet, but I don't believe that you consider yourselves a part of the Sea to Sky. But Destination BC, when they created a promotional package or a suite of tourism destinations, they saw the Sea to Sky region as one destination. However, they included Lillooet and beyond rather than including that in Interior or Okanagan, for example. And so I think they're definitely different conversations as far as Sea to Sky region goes, and Sea to Sky regional transit. I think that we can be clear on that. Of course, I'm open to being corrected on that. Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none. Could I have someone move receipt of the report? Moved by Director Crompton, second by Director Elliott. Any further discussion? Call the question. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Okay, we have Mr. Kyobe joining us for 9.9, request for decision for a temporary use permit number 67 for the concrete plant Twin River Gravel Company Limited in Area C. Welcome, Mr. Kyobe.
Therefore, if I may, I'd just like to give the board an overview of the application we received. So we received a 3-year temporary use permit application from the Twin River Gravel Company for a temporary mobile concrete plant located at 100 Gravel Pit Road in Area C. The Twin River Gravel Company is currently operating an open pit mine at this very same location that's permitted through the Rural 1 Resource Management Subzone. The site of the temporary concrete plant is located on the attached appendix, and it's approximately 6,000 square meters in size and on a previously disturbed tenure. The proposed concrete plant is being transferred from the Pemberton Industrial Park to the subject location so they can efficiently serve both Pemberton and Whistler. So far, the regional impact of the plant will be quite negligible because it's located in an area that's already disturbed, and any sort of more localized impacts will be managed through the TUP conditions. I did want to bring your attention to the site plan. So if you have a look at it, the site plan also indicates an asphalt plant. So the applicant at some point in the future might consider submitting a TUP application for that. But the current application is only for the concrete plant.
Okay, are there any questions? Go ahead, Director Richmond.
The TUP, just for quick clarity on this one, TUP only allows for the concrete plant, right, Mr. Kilby? Not that.
That's correct, only for the concrete plant.
Okay, and I'm not sure about the concept that moving it from the Pemberton Industrial Park further out of town helps serve their needs going to Whistler. That doesn't seem like defensible logic to me at all, because you're going the other direction and you're going through Mount Currie, which is a 30 zone. So I do have some concerns there. So I don't know how this gets referred to Lillooet, but yeah, it would mean concrete trucks coming through their main residential street on the 30 strip. Or are we, sorry, we're talking the Twin River. We're not talking on the other side of, before Owl Ridge, right?
It's like Wedge Pit. I think.
Oh, we're talking the Wedge Pit. Okay, that's why I was so confused. I'm like, how is this better? Sorry, I was thinking the pit just on the other side of Mount Currie, you guys. My bad. Totally. Are there any environment? Then my only question is, are there any environmental concerns and therefore things that need to be monitored by having this out there?
There are no immediate environmental concerns as part of their mining operations. So they have emissions requirements they have to fulfill with the province. So that's all going to be monitored through that process.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you.
Director Mack, did I see a hand? Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to move that this moves forward, but also in relation to Mayor Richmond's question, being where it is in the industrial park, they have to haul the material to the industrial park to produce the concrete. This way, they've got their gravel right on site, and it just makes sense. It's going to cut the trucking down and make it far more efficient. So I'll move this recommendation.
Okay, moved by Director Mack, seconded by Director Rainbow. Any further? Go ahead, Director Stoner.
Just quickly, I was curious, in the TUP, it says that the hours of operation will be 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. Is that 7 days a week?
It's the operation is mostly going to be during the weekdays. The applicant says they might be occasional weekend work, but at this point, most of the work occurs from Monday to Friday.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Nope, seeing none. Go ahead, Director Demare.
Just curious, so the TUP is for 3 years. Do they plan on rezoning?
Director Demare, I'm not that I'm aware of at this point. They haven't indicated what their future plans are beyond the three-year TUP.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Director Crompton, did I see your hand? No, okay. I will go ahead, Director Needham.
I've just noticed actually that the permit doesn't seem to allow for a possibility of a 3-year extension. And I would suggest that we add that wording in prior to coming back for approval of the TUP in March.
Okay, so we'll amend the motion to give notice that there will be a 3-year extension before it comes back to us. Is that right?
Oh, actually, no, it's under 11. I hadn't scrolled down far. It's there.
All right.
Thanks, Kate. I feel better about being out to lunch over here.
Thank you. I'll call the question. Is there anyone opposed? Motion carries. All right. We're on 10.1 and we're going to do the round table area updates. Where shall we start? Let's start with Lillooet.
Of course, you have to start with the one that doesn't know how to unmute half the time. I've got two laptops going here. I don't have a lot to report. Gosh, we're moving forward with our housing needs assessment. So I believe they've contracted that to Modus, who's also working on our OCP. We're doing still working on our skateboard park so that nobody forgets about that. We had to wait a year in order to have actual financials and whatnot to be able to apply for some of the larger grants through gaming or infrastructure, so to speak. So in the interim, we are spending about $4,500 to build a 24-foot ramp and whatnot and put a wooden skateboard park on the site where we're hoping to eventually have our concrete park. So the product is being delivered on Friday and hopefully we'll start working on that March 1st, weather permitting, because there's usually a storm of some sorts goes through here in March. What else can I say? Swims. The Swims Society has stepped up and it's been approved by council. They are going to work on coming up with the funding to open our pool for 10 months out of the year. So they've got a really great group of energetic people that are going to make this happen. So we're really looking forward to that. At least us senior citizens are. And I'm sure some of the young families are as well. And other than that, we've been approved by the province of BC we've completed our first big step to get onto this bylaw ticketing enforcement. So that'll come to our meeting on Monday and hopefully we'll be able to get some of our areas here in Lillooet cleaned up and people actually obeying some of the rules that they should automatically be using common sense to obey. So that's basically all I have right now.
Thank you. Let's go to Area A.
Thank you, Chair Ford. I've got a number of things. It's been a busy month for sure. The BRVCA with their Heritage Committee, they put an application into SIRP for the old Raylor Mines office, and they were granted $300,000. And most of that is for structural work on foundations, stairs, get the roof to the new seismic regulations. So very positive. It's gonna be a lot of work for that committee, but it does include architectural funding, engineering funding, and project management funding in that proposal. They still are looking for more funding to do some of the exterior painting and board repair and internal painting also, including some mechanical work, electrical work. So they still got their work ahead. So, but very positive for our community. Costa Cascades is funding the Bear Conflict Coordinator again this year for $8,000 US, not Canadian. So I think having that position last year helped us a lot. And like I stated before, that this position will do some more community outreach on Route 40 and on the Hurley as the visitors come in. Yesterday, I had a meeting with the Flynn Row FSR representative for our area regarding the Hurley, and they will be putting 6 brand new counters on that road to really determine how much traffic and also where they're all going. Because they can go to the Braylorn, they can go to Semaphore Lakes, they can go to just 6 or 7 different places they can go to. So this way we'll know exactly where they're going and how many, which is really needed. Last year, we got $200,000 of funding to do the ditching, brushing, and put some material on the road. They're looking for more funding to do some more material on the roadbed. So hopefully they'll get it. They've also, Flynn Row, I'm sure everybody's seen the report, stating that the government is not putting enough money back into FSR roads. So all the forest districts are putting in a submission to the BC Treasury Board to revamp the funding format and try to include FSRs, the importance of FSRs for recreation and travel to recreational areas, which is exactly what we've got. So that hopefully that funding formula will change. So all in all, a really good meeting, and hopefully we'll get some action. We also had our first MLA Amati meeting that Vivian attended and Barb attended on Monday. It was short, just an hour, but it was a really good start. And we also managed to get Shalath involved. So we've got a representative from the St'át'imc Nation on that now. So it was a really good meeting. Everybody had threw out their concerns and issues and comments during the roundtable. So it went very well. And hopefully we can get some action coming out of these meetings. And that's it.
Thank you. Let's go to Area B, please.
I'm just riding along on the coattails of Area A. It's hard to keep up with, Sal. Oh my God. You are really getting a lot done, Director Demare, and I appreciate it and I admire it. I was at the library AGM last evening, and I am really proud of them. I'm glad to be an ex officio on. They just continued to provide service through COVID and all the tough times, and they've really reached out nicely and have good working relationships with the St'át'imc and the Friendship Center. And so they will be the umbrella group likely for the community hub that we're hoping to establish through the NDIT grant that we just approved we apply for. Thank you. We're sort of on the cusp of a lot of things kind of aligning nicely. I'm feeling actually pretty optimistic, although not looking forward to months of more COVID restrictions. The pool campaign is insane. I'm even jumping in the lake to raise money for this pool. Kim North is just a power that you can't stop. Yeah. And LAFS has some very good funding applications that we are super optimistic about to move agriculture further along. That's all going well. Seed to Culture has moved to a building on Main Street right beside the post office where everybody stops and gets out of their car. And so we will be able to sort of showcase some of the local produce there. Very nice. What else? Big Bar. They are building a natural fishway, but there's so many men and huge pieces of equipment up there. It's amazing what they're doing. a benefit to us in Area B is that to get some of that equipment up to Big Bar, they've done some dramatic improvements to the West Pavilion Road, which is beautiful for us to access outdoor recreation. And what else? Outdoor recreation, everyone is in agreement that the current status is not okay. As you probably picked up from my earlier comments, Destination BC sort of keeps promoting. I mean, you might have seen one of those pictures in that report. They have people camping and they have like ATVs in the Alpine. Hello, this is not what we want to promote here. So I'm really hoping Tourism-Lillooet and Destination BC can get in a little better sync. And we've looked at some of the programs like Mayor Richmond out of Pemberton with Raven, that site that they've developed for backcountry etiquette. And I think it's pretty new. It's good. We're looking at trying to develop something like that, but we need to decide who's going to be in the lead position. And yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Area C.
On Sunday, just past Sunday, Burke and Rec and Cultural Society had their AGM. It was very informative. They've got a really, committed group of people, and they've got lots of plans for spring, summer, and fall. That was very good. Everybody, I think, is finished with winter and hoping for spring so they can, get out into the backcountry and whatnot. I've talked to our MLA. We need to really lobby government to maintain our roads. They're deteriorating more and more every year since we've had the new contractor. Very, very little paving has been done. In fact, you could say none. And the roads are just getting to the point where they're not going to be able to be fixed. So he's been really lobbying on that, which I really appreciate. And like I say, just looking forward to spring and then getting things opened up again. And hopefully this COVID thing will go away at some point in time. And hopefully we will get enough vaccinations so that everybody can be vaccinated and within a reasonable amount of time. So that's it.
Thank you. Pemberton.
Thanks. And I'm sorry I keep popping in and out. There's a lot of activity behind me. I apologize. I think there's a couple of coyotes on the edge of my yard here, and dogs and otherwise are going off. So I am here, I'm present. I've just tried to get it out of my yard. It does feel a little bit like spring here already. Actually, it was a gorgeous day through the window. Lots of sledders in town, however, so it's still winter in that sense. And it's bringing some folks from out of town. We've seen them at our lodge. And we all know that the backcountry is a bit of a risky place right now. So yeah, got a lot of that going on. And incidentally, Vivian, if you wanted more information, the Ravens Fest was run through our tourism branch at Tourism Pemberton. They'd be happy to answer. It's actually their AGM tonight, but I'm sure they'd be happy to give you any information if you wanted on that. At council, we're deep in the budget process. Our next meeting next week is going to look at tax implications, the budget that came forward to us at this point. And again, the budget that came forward with the operational expenses approved and projects approved shows at this point a 1.8% increase. Last year, because of the pandemic, we pared everything back and postponed some projects and maintained a 0% increase. This year, we don't want to go up too much either. already our budget showing 1.8 means we're going into reserves that we've only started to build a number of years ago and been working hard to do so. So there's anxiety around falling behind again, and the tug of war between keeping our taxes low this year and not eating up reserves and not having to pay for it even more down the road. As we always look at which taxpayers are paying for what. So it's been a tough budget to debate so far. Couple things on the side, a couple of interesting projects. Director Mack and I have been part of meetings around the Rutherford Kayak Park. For those that don't know it, it's by the Rutherford. It's on the Rutherford River by the IPP. About 7 kilometers south of Pemberton, Russell, something like that. And it's a world-class kayak park that's managed by Canoe Kayak BC. It's had limited use over the years, and it's very high level. So that's one of the reasons it's had limited use. And so Director Mack and I have worked on this over the years, and it's come back now, and we're working on it again to see if we can make it a little more accessible just at skill level, to more people, have it managed, and this is in no particular order, but have it managed and therefore way more accessible to locals. So have it managed locally through a local group, and potentially remove a portion of it and add a standing surf wave to it. So make it a really great asset for the corridor. So that's back in conversation. It's been a long haul, but we're hopeful that this time we'll make it work. Other fun projects, we're looking for the snow to break and the frost to break so that we can get work on our soccer field and that project. A couple other grant applications coming through. Unfortunately, we've seen the need in Pemberton grow, the homeless level grow, and the need for supportive housing grow. So we've been working with Sea to Sky Community Services and BC Housing to see if there's a way, at least temporarily, to provide some shelter for that growing need here in our community, unfortunately. And other than that, it was a busy family day long weekend. There were certainly some folks from out of town, but now it's gone back to fairly ghost town, local only. And I think that's all I've got for you. Thanks.
Thank you. Director Crompton, Whistler.
Thank you, Chair. We have been blowing up Cheakamus Crossing, which has been exciting. All kinds of earthworks happening up there. We will be considering a public hearing upcoming on a redevelopment of some land that could see some affordable housing be added in our community. We have seen the numbers on COVID-19 go down, which is really great. It was a tough month, as all of you know, for our region, and I was really impressed with how our doctors and our social services, can't miss naming one group of people, the business community, everybody sort of pulled together and did such an amazing job responding and taking the actions that we needed to sort of knock down those spikes, which was very encouraging. The skiing's been amazing, but I haven't been able to do it because I wrecked my shoulder, which is sad for me, but great for everyone else. Lots of room on the hill. Yesterday, our chair ran a childcare webinar for UBCM, which I thought was really tremendous, and you can access it online, and you should. It was really inspiring to see what communities are doing to sort of step up and take action. And I thought it was great to see sort of communities of different size and how they respond. Sycamoose was I thought a really great, if you only have a little bit of time, skip ahead to the Sycamoose story. It's pretty cool. And that's me. I'll leave it to Chair Ford to fill in any gaps that I have left.
Just an update on our 45 units of rental housing. That is about 4 months ahead of schedule in building and about $1 million under budget, which is pretty exciting. We moved about 100 people into their forever homes yesterday, which is extremely exciting. We had an opportunity to walk the building before they moved anyone in. And the building is a combination of studios right up to 3-bedroom units on 3 floors, and it fits the neighborhood so nicely. And yeah, it's a really exciting thing to see a project from, we're going to do what on what piece of land? That is a small piece of land to put that, how many units? And to now see those doors open and having families living there is pretty exciting. It's why we do this work, and so I'm pleased. Yeah, UBCM has been really busy. Last week we had our quarterly meetings. It's been fun. It's been good work, and I look forward to hearing from anyone that has any resolutions that they'd like us to consider. I know that's in the correspondence from the Lower Mainland Local Government Association, but the UBCM resolutions will be coming up. So let's put our mind to that if there's anything that we should consider as a board. And I will move on to Area D, please.
Thank you, Chair. I've been listening for the last 6 years to complaints from directors from Area A, B, and C about their roads. And I'm happy to say that I finally have a road to rival Road 40. It's up at Ring Creek, and it is absolutely terrible. I had a couple of calls from people telling me about potholes that you could lose a car in and things like that. And I thought, I'd better go up and check it. And it is awful. And I've had a conversation with Miller Cap, who are the contractors. There's not much they can do because it requires a ton of money to buy some material, some fill for it. So anyway, that's I just thought you'd like to hear that I've joined the club. And I think part of the problem up there is, it's the access to Garibaldi Park. It's popular in the summer, it's popular in the winter. The amount of traffic that's coming up, mostly from Squamish, of course, is incredible. And it just doesn't, the road's not built for that amount of traffic. So I think we're going to have some long-term talks with or discussions with Moti, and I think they really should seriously think about paving it at some point and improving it to that sort of extent. Anyway, that's number one. Number two, I'm really happy to see that play park go through for Britannia. That should be ready for the good weather this year, and coming as the timing sort of, while the pandemic is still with us and everything, the timing's perfect, and it will be well received. Ferry Creek, where I have a volunteer group that are working on the beach south of the creek. Over the years, they've put in a couple of picnic tables, a few benches. They're actively working on permission to put a toilet in there, and that will be coming to us at a future meeting. And just sort of a heads up, their long-term goal is to have that southern beach area, plus the spit and the beach in front of Oliver's Landing, all of that become a park. So that will be coming to us at some point. I have one piece of bad news, and I'm going to tell Vivian now in front of everybody else, so that just to preempt her a little, they cut a ton of bushes down. I didn't know they were going to do it. I knew they were going to improve the landscaping, but they basically denuded the whole of the area in front of Oliver's Landing of all the big bushes. So not a good thing for the birds, Vivian. I know that, but it's done now, I'm afraid.
It's least it is not in nesting season.
Well, that's true. That's true. And the third thing, which I'm really quite pleased about, is one of the presentations we have coming from Fraser Basin is about a program called Salmon Safe, and they've met with the developers at Britannia Beach. They've met with Michael Geller and his crew, and also with the Squamish Food Policy Council, with a view to doing some things and moving towards some certification as being salmon safe. And the exciting thing about Britannia is that McDonald's has said, well, why, instead of us just doing it just for our development, why don't we involve the whole community? And so they've asked me to set up a meeting between the community association, the mining museum, and themselves to talk about getting salmon safe certification for the whole community. There's not one in Canada right now. There are a couple down in the States where there's a whole community certified. So I think that if we do that, that would be really neat. It'd be a good thing for Britannia. It'd be a good thing for the SLRD. And it's something that I think that other directors might want to come and take a look at. More on that later. And that would be it for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Squamish.
Okay, I'm going to try and rival Director Demare for the busyness list. So our overdose prevention site is now open, which is a wonderful thing. Overdose deaths have been increasing in our region, and this is such a useful tool to destigmatize and create safe access when there's such a poisoned drug supply. We gave 3 readings to our budget yesterday, which is a good feeling. A revenue increase of 2.5%. Yesterday, we also did our second committee of the whole on our marine zoning, which is introducing 5 new marine zones to our water lots, which we've never done before. And so this is our effort to find that balance between industrial use, recreational use, and preservation of the environment. So we've introduced one zone, P4, which is ecological reserve, which protects it from everything. But also M1 to M5. So if you're interested in that, take a look. We adopted our Loggers East neighborhood plan. This is for areas that are east of Brennan Park. And this is the first of many that we want to do for our existing neighborhoods and those areas experiencing a lot of growth pressure. So one thing I want to point out that's interesting in that plan is there's a density bonus scheme based around urban agriculture. So you can build more than you might otherwise if you dedicate a significant portion of your lot to agriculture. So we're excited to see how that gets taken up. And part of the reason for that is that stormwater management in this area is very, very challenging. And so we're trying to leave as much green space as possible. And there's some great models around the world about how you can support urban farmers by setting aside pieces of land. So we're excited to see how this neighborhood starts to evolve. We have a very, very big asset management plan because many of our buildings are at end of life. So our fire hall 1 came down and the new one is under construction. And I wanted to share that we were able to divert 96% of the material from the fire hall away from the landfill. So we're trying to set an example for the developers in town that are doing deconstruction and also for our peers in the corridor. It can be done. And if you're curious about it, our staff have clearly figured it out for this build. So we were really excited. Our target had been 75%. So to achieve 96 was pretty thrilling. We also adopted our Smoke Bluffs Park dedication. Most people didn't know that that was actually just sitting there as fee simple land, but it's a really valuable park. So that's been done. What else? Buckley Avenue project, which includes 76 units of very affordable housing. rental housing, as well as the Foundry, which I spoke about last time, and our new youth center is having a ground blessing on Friday, which I'll be part of virtually. So that's really exciting. And just to give you a sense of the kind of activity that's going on in Squamish, in 2019, we issued 200 building permits. In 2020, we issued 300. So 50% increase, and we had 600 completions. So it is busy here. There are currently 308 units of purpose-built affordable rental under construction. So that's our seniors building, 232 units in Buckley Avenue at 76. We have 67 purpose-built market rentals under construction. And at the building permit stage is another 64 purpose-built affordable rental. And then another 176 of market rental at the building permit stage. So all those efforts from the past years to incentivize purpose-built rental and affordable rental, we're starting to see that pay off. So I'm hoping I'll be able to brag about that like Director Ford did about walking through new buildings. But it is crazy busy here. And if you're not enjoying the frost and snow, the tulips and crocuses are coming up down here. So of course you can't leave your community, but I can take a picture of them and send them to you if you'd like. And the best news I've had in a year arrived while we were in this meeting, and my dad just got his first COVID vaccine shot in Alberta.
Oh, yeah. Jolly good.
And my mom gets hers first one on Sunday. So that is such good news. So yeah, there you go. That's my update.
How old is your dad?
My dad is 84.
Oh, okay. Just checking.
That is wonderful news. Director Richmond, do you have a question for Director Elliott?
Yeah, I'm just curious if you have a sense of the diversion costs for the building, like how much extra it might add to the project as opposed to the easy landfill.
All I know, Mike, is our budget's on time. Our project is on time and on budget, but I could certainly get a better understanding of what we needed to set aside for that.
I'm just curious how that.
Yeah, because you have to transport it to a landfill. So what happens about transporting it in how many different directions? And I'm not sure about that, but it's a great question. I'm happy to find that out.
Thanks. I know you're not busy enough.
Can I just ask a question? Where did you divert all that stuff to? What is it being used for? If it didn't go to the landfill, what's happening to it?
Well, it would have been, metals would have gone in one direction, clean wood would have gone in a different one. The cement went in a different direction. So when I get Mike's answer, I'll find out. But obviously places exist. To end up with only 4% of that building going to landfill is an incredible thing. Which is why we're working on a demolition bylaw, investigating how we would do that. Oh, and I forgot to say our carbon incentive bylaw is coming for readings at the beginning of March. So we're about to downzone everything 30%.
You've just taken all of Director Stoner's good news.
Oh, she told me I could do it because she has construction going on at her house, so it's noisy there.
Okay.
And one more question for Squamish. Did you approve the $50,000 for your library?
Yes.
Oh, well, they'll be happy then, because now they can get the $50,000 from us.
Yes.
Thank you.
That would make a pretty cool school project for one of your kids to do, is where did all the pieces of the fire hall go and how did they divert it? That would be really neat to see. All right. So Director Stoner, are you not giving us a report? You can.
Correct. It's loud behind me. I will just add that it's Pink Shirt Day, which is about raising awareness around bullying. And so that is why some of us are wearing pink shirts.
It is. Thank you. All right. So that, I didn't miss anybody. No, I did not. Okay. Let's move on to 10.2, Goldbridge Transfer Station Waste Audit. This is a report from Director Demare. Did you want to speak to it? You want to move it for receipt? Okay. Moved by Director Demare, seconded by Director Crompton. Questions or comments? Seeing none, call the question. Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Okay, 11.1. Sorry, I'm just mindful of the time. Is anybody needing a break? I know we're almost there, but there. Okay, we're not taking a break. 11.1, receipt. Move receipt, Director Crompton. And they're also asking for a letter of support.
No.
No.
I just wanted to thank CAO Helmer because apparently the letter of support has already been done and gone. The timeline was that short. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I've seen a bunch of these recently. This is good. Okay, go ahead, CAO Helmer.
Thank you, Chair. If the board could pass that resolution, what we did provide was a letter saying that that we were considering it at this meeting and that there'd be another letter coming. So if as we go through these, we could actually approve them, that will be, I'm sure, appreciated by the requesters.
Okay, so
resolution was considering a letter be written as well.
Yes, so it's to write the letter. Moved by Director Crompton, seconded by Director Birch-Jones. Anyone opposed? Motion carries. We're on 11.2, which is another request for a letter, and this one is for TELUS Universal Broadband. Could I have someone move? Moved by Director Demare, seconded by Director Mack. Question, Director Demare?
I've just got a question. I looked at that at the request and just curious, what are they doing? What is TELUS proposing to do? It doesn't state what they're trying to do, and it's for the Squamish-Lillooet Regional District.
CAO Helmer? I think I can speak to this. There's a fairly large pot of money right now to be accessed to connect communities. For example, there are 300 homes in Area C that have been approved to be connected to fiber right up to Divine. So it's, I believe, from that same funding that so it doesn't include the last mile, but it includes that connection infrastructure between communities. Go ahead, Director Mack.
Yeah, I don't know if this is the time, but seeing as how you just brought it up, the question that I ask, and I have been asked, is why did they stop at Divine and not continue on and do Darcy?
Yeah.
Which it makes no sense whatsoever. So could we have staff look into that and see what their response is?
CAO Helmer?
Yes, would it be the board's? Yes, we can do that. Yeah, we'll make sure that's done. Thanks.
Okay, Director Demare.
Yeah, the reason I ask is because Minto Communications, part of their funding proposals that are out there right now, and there is some good news to it, but I can't tell you, was for $250,000 for TELUS to upgrade the service to Mission Mountain, to their tower there. And it was basically from Whistler to Mission Mountain. And Minto had to come up with that funding. And just curious, what that funding is about and why wasn't the Minto portion included in it?
I saw Director Mack's hand and then Director Stoner. No? Okay, Director Stoner.
Yeah, I just want to clarify, when we write these sorts of letters or requests at the District of Squamish anyways, we don't support an individual company per se. We just write a general letter of support in terms of increasing universal broadband access to our communities. And I just want to make sure that we're taking a similar approach from not supporting a specific business.
I don't think that's the current practice. I don't see a problem with that approach, but I think that in these cases where the application is being it's being directed by a specific company, then we support that company. CAO Helmer.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So we have been issuing those letters, but we have been providing those letters, bringing all of them forward to the board so that they can all be considered, with the eye to providing equal support to any organization that would be in line with the regional district's intention of making connectivity more accessible to residents and businesses anywhere in the region.
Go ahead, Director Stoner.
Very loud behind me. I think the reason, and I'm just curious if we are subject to the same considerations on assistance to business, because that's usually when it's brought up as to why we wouldn't be able to name a certain business.
Yes, so that is correct. We can't provide assistance to one business over another, but if we're providing support equally to all businesses and not, we can't favor one business, and we can't provide a benefit to business, but we can provide support across the board to anybody that would like to provide a grant application and is looking to us for a letter of support.
Okay. So back to the item on the agenda, we're on 11.2, and this is a letter of support for Brian Gregg for the TELUS broadband. Go ahead, Director Demare. Are you making the motion? Yes. Moved by Director Demare, seconded by Director Crompton. Any further discussion? Anyone opposed? Motion carries. And then just to the point that where we went off, we went on a tangent, and I think important that we ask staff to come back with, where were we on that? Director Mack wanted us to understand why they didn't go past Divine to Darcy. Do you want a resolution to that effect, or do you want to, you could bring it back?
We can look into that and just let you know that, but if you'd like a resolution, we'll bring that back formally for you.
Yeah, I'd like to have it in a resolution form.
Okay. Okay, so Director Mack moves and seconded by Director Crompton. Any further discussion? Director Richmond? Nope, just moving it. Call the question. Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Okay, we're on 11.3, letter of support for base wireless. Same thing. Moved by Director Stoner, seconded by Director Demare. Further discussion? Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Director Demare? You're muted.
For 11.4 and 11.5, I'm going to have to declare a conflict of interest. And the reason is my wife, Debbie Demare, is on the board of directors of the BRVCA, and my daughter is a paid bookkeeper.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so 11.4 is a request for funding, Bridge River Valley Community Association for their economic development plan. Have someone make that motion. Moved by Director Stoner, seconded by Director Birch Jones. Any, Director Clark?
Sorry to interrupt. What funding source is this?
That was in PILT. I feel like.
I think so, but check it for sure. Thank
Yeah.
you.
It's from the Economic Development Capacity Building Fund. The NDIT. Go ahead, CAO Helmer.
Yes, Chair. That was the item that was considered earlier on the agenda that Ms. Westerholm brought forward for the 2 economic development capacity building for area A. It was going to be this one, and for area B, there's going to be a subsequent report coming back to the board for this this business hub thing.
Okay, Director Birch-Jones, go ahead.
Yeah, my question is this not a repeat of the earlier resolution that we made with the $50,000 that we're applying to NDIT and 25 going to Bridge River Valley Community Association and 25 going to our hub application? This is a repeat of that. Is that correct, CAO Helmer?
Through the chair, the report was to submit a grant application. This request from Brevka is that if the grant application is successful, that money go to them. Our grant application does state that that's our intention, but this is their formal request for that.
Thank you. Director Birch.
Understanding that, I guess, did we already move and second that?
You moved the grant application approval, not how the money gets spent. So this is the second part of that.
Okay.
So if that grant application is not successful, then this resolution would have to come from somewhere else if we wanted, or it would have to come back for reconsideration.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it would be brought back for reconsideration if the intent was still to fund this activity. We have had very good success with this particular granting opportunity. We haven't been turned down, so we are hopeful, but this would be a contingent approval. This would only be approved if we received the funds in order to therefore expend them. If the intent was to move forward and we were declined, it would be brought back for further consideration.
Thank you. Go ahead, Director Clark.
Thanks, Chair. So that contingent wording is in the resolution that was moved, correct?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, any other questions? Nope. I'll call the question. Is anyone opposed? Motion carries. And we're on 11.5, Bridge River Valley Community Association Marketing Initiatives application. And this is that same fund.
This one is a separate marketing application from the Bridge River Valley Community Association. And they did make a little error in their application and they put area B instead of area A, but we have fixed that. Because even though it was on page 699, I did notice that. So this is an independent request that they are approaching NDIT for a marketing, and they want $5,000. Just Does this say where this funding comes from?
Well, it's from the NDIT application. It's maybe a different stream. Did I see a question from Director?
There needs to be a resolution of support. I'm sorry. There needs to be a resolution of support from the SLRD for this marketing application. That is all that it is.
Yeah. Director Richmond, did you have a question? No. Okay. Did I have a mover and a seconder, Director Clark? Moved by Director Elliott, seconded by Director Birch Jones. Any further discussion? Anyone opposed? Motion carries. We'll bring Sal back.
Apologies, you're getting very zoomed out.
Yes, it's okay. We're almost there. We are on 11.6, which is an item that was pulled from the consent agenda, 5.2.6, which is a letter from Minister Popham regarding the Canada Gap Food Certification Program and small producers. And Director Birch Jones, you had a question or you wish to discuss.
I just would like to request that this go to Lillooet Agriculture and Food Society, as well as the Agricultural Advisory Committee in Area B.
Okay, so you're moving that it's referred to those two committees, moved by Director Birch Jones, seconded by Director Stoner. Any further discussion? Nope, seeing none. Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Was there any late business other than, oh yes, there is. There is so I need someone to approve the late business, the three items 13.1 through 13.3. Go ahead, Director Clark.
Thanks, Chair. This is for additional late business. The late business items were approved as part of the agenda approval.
Okay, so there's no additional late business as I know it. Seeing none. Let's move on to 13.1. These are letters of support for the Lillooet Nation. Go ahead, Director Mack.
I'll move this.
Moved by Director Mack, seconded by Director Richmond. Any discussion? Anyone opposed? Motion carries. 13.2, the Village of Pemberton would like a letter of support for the same thing. Moved by Director Mack, seconded by Director Stoner. Any discussion? Anyone opposed? Motion carries. And 13.3. Go ahead, Director Demare.
One last time. I have to declare a conflict of interest as my wife, Debbie Demare, is the director on the BRB State Board, and my daughter is a paid bookkeeper for the BRBCA.
Thank you. Off you go. All right. Could I have someone move receipt of, is this a move receipt? I'm sorry, I'm trying to toggle here. Yep.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, this was to, they would like this for receipt, and it relates to the item that was discussed above so that it's clear what the intent with the application was as to the area that their scope of work is related to.
Okay, thank you. Move receipt by Director Weeb, seconded by Director Mack. Further discussion? Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Are there any notices of motion? Seeing none. Could I have someone move recess? I guess I can impose a recess until tomorrow. Have a good afternoon, everyone. Goodbye.
Goodbye, everyone.
Thank you, Director Demare.
Sayonara.
Are we using this for the hospital district?
We're staying on this, right?
Yes, we are.
Sal, you could sort of shorten
So
up.
can we have a break?
Yes, we can have a break. 15 minutes or 20?
Hey, Sal, if you want to stick around, these meetings are really interesting.
I'm out of here.
Goodbye.
Thank you.
Hey, Sal, before you go, you could just shorten up your little speech about conflict and just say something like, I have a conflict with my wife. You know, that it saves a bit of time.
Okay, bye.
See ya.
Bye.
Does everyone want 15 minutes?
Yeah, so Tony, you and I can stay on here and discuss the soccer game last week while they all have a break.
We need at least
Still
15
being live streamed, just so everybody
Oh,
knows.
that's true. Still, people might want to hear about how West Ham
Might be
defeated-
interested in West Ham.
15 minutes. 15 minutes?
I think Director
At
Thompson is
3:15.
mute. I can't hear a word he's
Thank
saying.
you.
So,
3:15.
3:15, very good.
3:15. Thank you.
See you, Jack.
See you later.
Director Mack,
Yes,
I'm going to turn your video off.
thank you.
You're welcome.
So we're coming back on this.
That's right.
We're not, okay.
Correct.
Yep.
See you
See
soon.
you in 15.
Welcome back. It's 3:16. Okay. Could I call this meeting to order? Could I have someone move approval of the agenda? Moved by Director Stoner, seconded by Director Richmond. Anyone opposed? Motion carries. I'd like to move item 3. Go ahead, Director Clark.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to just do a roll call to see if Director Crompton's here with us. Thank you. And Director Mack?
I'm here.
Okay.
Here.
Thank
Okay.
Thank
you.
Can you open the video again?
There you go. Thank you.
Okay. Someone move number 3, the M192, moved by Director Crompton, second by Director Elliott. Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Could I have someone move number 4, the consent agenda, moved by Director Stoner, seconded by Director Crompton. Any discussion, anything to be pulled? Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Okay. And is there any business arising from the minutes? Seeing none, we're on 6.1, and we have Director LaFrance joining us. Good afternoon, Director LaFrance. We are on 6.1, the 2021 Regional Hospital District Budget Bylaw.
All right. So I based this budget off of the first provisional budget that was adopted in December 2020. It shows the 2 items that are going to be split over 2 years. So that's the SGH radiology fluoroscopy unit replacement and the Whistler Health Center trauma rooms upgrade. So there is a slight deficit carrying forward of just $97 into 2021. So I used that to increase the audit expense for 2021, as we do have to go to a new RFP for that. The current one ends in 2020. And then I just upped the contingency amount. So that's the only differences between the provisional budget and the budget you're seeing before you now. And it includes all of the projects that were approved via board resolution for payment.
Okay.
If there's any questions, I can answer.
Go ahead, Director Elliott.
Director LaFrance, if we're dividing these 2 projects between 2021 and 2022, do we have to requisition the whole amount in 2021?
No. The current budget just shows requisitioning half of it.
Okay, I'm not reading it correctly then.
Yeah, so the amounts in the budget shown under the capital expense, it's called capital projects. All of those are the full cost except for the trauma room. So that's $300,000 in 2021, and it'll be $200,000 in 2022.
Okay.
And then the SGH fluoroscopy unit is exactly half. So that's $360 2021 and $360 will be in 2022.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Go ahead, Director Rainbow.
Sorry, Suzanne, I didn't quite get that about the trauma rooms. 51010. That 300,000. That's just for this year. Did you say?
That's right. Yeah.
Then another 300 next year.
200 next year.
Oh, I see. So it's not 50-50. Okay, thanks.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none. Okay, then that was easy. I really do appreciate the work that you put in, Director LaFrance. You make this process, which can be quite complicated, very easy. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so could I have someone move? We'll do first, second, and third reading first. Moved by Director Mack, seconded by Director Stoner. Any discussion? Anyone go ahead, Director Crompton.
I just think this is a good step in the right direction.
Thank you. Anyone opposed? Motion carries. And now for adoption, could I have someone move adoption? Moved by Director Rainbow, seconded by Director Mack. Any further discussion? Is there anyone opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, CAO verbal update 7.1.
Thank you, Chair. Nothing to.
Okay. 8.1, Chair's verbal update. We have set an appointment with Sean Parr, Director Elliott, and myself, and we will report back at the next meeting on that. And that's all I have to report at this time, I think. Yep. Go ahead, Director Stoner.
Sorry, as a new person to the table, who is Sean Parr?
Sean Parr is the interim acting VP of operations for Vancouver Coastal Health in Karen Olson's old position.
Oh.
Yeah. Is there anything else to add from anybody else? Nope. Okay. Is there any late business from anyone or any? No.
Oh,
okay.
sorry.
Yeah.
In our board meeting, we were talking about the whole business of the vaccination program at Squamish. Is there a role for us to play with Vancouver Coastal Health in terms of getting them to pay? Is there something we should do as a hospital board?
That's a great question. I suppose so. Go ahead, Director Elliott.
I wonder if we should wait to decide that with the whole board after tomorrow's discussion, depending on what Director Richmond ascertains. Because some of us are being paid. So.
Sorry, some of us are what?
Well, they are paying for facilities for vaccination. They've identified facilities in each of our communities. So, and I know in my community, they're not all district facilities. So anyway.
Could we pass sort of an enabling motion that if after tomorrow's discussion, it was deemed appropriate that the hospital board write a letter that you have the authority to do it? If we just leave it, then after tomorrow's discussion, we might decide, hey, it'd be nice if we got something from the hospital district, but the meeting's over, it's too late to do anything.
Yeah, I think I spoke to my CAO on the lunch break, and she's got a meeting with some appropriate staff this afternoon. So she was going to circle back with me tomorrow morning. I think I appreciate the intent, but I think if we just wait for her to have her conversations and then go from there, perhaps if we need support from the board in that context, and Tony, we could ask for that tomorrow. But I don't think we need to do anything too complicated at this point, but I do appreciate that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Nope. Okay. So there's no late business. Any notices of motion? Seeing none. Could I have someone move that we move this meeting into closed? Moved by Director Rainbow, seconded by Director Richmond. How do you want to handle this, Director Clark?
No, I've lost my closed agenda.
Hi, thanks, Chair. We have a separate link set up for the closed meeting.
Okay. So everyone leaves this link and goes into the other link